Chapter 742. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian finally met the youngest chairman of the Fox Demon clan. Of course, he was also his biggest enemy in Little Western Paradise. Without a doubt, he was not very pretty in the Fox Demon clan. He was almost 1.9 meters tall, which made him look too tall and skinny. Especially his eyes, they were deep and narrow. It made him look very difficult to get along with. Yang Dingtian had a few misconceptions about Yao Qi. The first misconception was that he was elected chairman not because of his high cultivation. That was right. His cultivation was much higher than Yao Li's, but in Little Western Paradise, he was definitely not number one. He was not even in the top few. The reason why he was elected chairman was because of his political charisma and his charisma as a leader. The second misconception was that he was not elected chairman because of his high status. In fact, his status was even lower than Yao Li's. Yao Li was the young master of a clan. Yao Qi was an orphan, but later became the adopted son of the Jaina tribe's leader. When he was very young, Yao Qi showed great talent. In just a few hundred years, he made the Jaina tribe rise from a third-tier clan to one of the 9 great tribes. The leader of the Jaina tribe had once wanted to tie the knot between the two of them and marry into the Jaina tribe so that he could inherit the position of the tribe leader. However, Yao Qi gave up on the glory and wealth that was within his reach. He turned to the great sage Yong Shi and became his disciple. He cultivated martial arts, philosophy, and politics. 300 years ago, the great sage Yong Shi was elected chairman of the Western Paradise World's Tribal Council, and Yao Qi became his assistant. After that, Yong Shi was elected chairman for 1 term, and then he retired completely. In the past 100 years, Yao Qi became the great arbitrator of the Tribal Council, in charge of the disputes between the 9 great tribes. Then, in this election, he probably received the full support of his teacher, as well as the support of the Shadow Spear tribe and the Jaina tribe. At the age of 1300, he was successfully elected as the chairman, becoming the youngest chairman in the history of the country. Of course, he did not have a good life. This was because the number of votes he received this time was the lowest in all the elections. It was a narrow victory. In the world of Little Western Paradise, he also had many opponents. Especially when he was the great arbiter, he had offended many people. Therefore, not only was he the youngest speaker, but he was also the most controversial speaker. The appearance of Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan was a great opportunity for Yao Qi. Of course, it was also a great risk. This was because the demon fox aristocrats' worship of the Silent Ones was fanatical. Therefore, as long as he could get Jiang Shang to stay by his side, it would be beneficial for him to stabilize his position as the chairman and even his future in power. However, if this silent speaker became disgusted with him, or even said something unfavorable about him, then his situation would become even worse. Therefore, after discovering that Yang Dingtian was a fake Speechless, the Shadow Spear tribe, who was Yao Qi's absolute ally, immediately brought him to the palace and treated him with the utmost respect. After learning about this, Yang Dingtian could not help but mock them in his heart. There were no fools in this world. It turned out that most of the respect that his father-in-law had shown him was fake. It was all for the sake of his son-in-law, Yao Qi, to fight for political resources. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt that the smile on his father-in-law's face was filled with the hypocrisy of a modern Earth politician. For the first time, Yang Dingtian also felt that the political standards of the human countries in the chaotic world were quite low. On the other hand, the political standards of Little Western Paradise were similar to those of modern Earth countries. In fact, they were even better. As for him, the fake silent speaker, he had become a tool when he first appeared. However, there was one thing that he did not have to worry about. That was, his impersonation of the Speechless clan would never be exposed. Even if he was fake, Yao Qi would try her best to make it look real. Therefore, Yang Dingtian now had a question. Was his sister-in-law Jia's fanaticism for him real or fake? 300 years ago, my teacher was fortunate enough to meet a sage from the Silent Clan. The two of them only talked for a day and night, but my teacher benefited from it for the rest of his life. He only understood less than half of the sage's wisdom after a few hundred years. Yao Qi also sat in front of Yang Dingtian very respectfully and said, "Today, Yao Qi is fortunate enough to be taught by you. I will definitely benefit from it for the rest of my life." His sister-in-law Jia walked beside Yang Dingtian and served him tea respectfully. Yang Dingtian only smiled slightly and did not answer. As a silent clan member, he did not need to answer. He could see through Yao Qi's intention at a glance. He did not really want to ask him any questions. This Yao Qi in front of him was, without a doubt, the extremely conceited type. What he wanted was merely a political talent. Just like his teacher, who had talked for a day and a night with the previous Silent Clan member and was influenced by the Silent Clan's wisdom. However, who knew what the actual situation was? It would not be strange if the two of them talked about how to fuck women. As long as everyone knew that they had talked for a day and a night, that would be enough. It was a political resource. He made use of the Fox clan's worship of the Silent Clan to create a political resource. Hence, no matter what Yao Qi said, Yang Dingtian only smiled and did not speak. He was even scared out of his wits. Suddenly, Yao Qi's face turned ugly. That was because he despised the Silent Clan. He felt that the Silent Clan was antisocial and stupid. If the Fox clan learned from them, the Fox clan would have gone extinct a long time ago. If the Silent Clan was really so intelligent, they would not have gone extinct. His teacher Yongxi had indeed talked to a Silent Clan member for a day and a night. However, after the conversation, he had respectfully sent the Silent Clan member away. He had immediately gone to the lavatory in golden resplendence and pooped for a whole hour. Yao Qi asked why. His teacher said that if a perverted man talked to an abstinent person, what would the consequences be? Yao Qi shook his head. Of course, he knew. He asked his teacher to tell him. Yongxi said, the result is that the perverted man might become impotent. Yao Qi asked curiously, why is that? Yongxi said, because the abstinent person kept brainwashing you. He said that beautiful women are no different from feces. After saying this for 10,000 times, you would be poisoned. When you see a beautiful woman, you would think of feces. Wouldn't that make you impotent? Yao Qi said, Teacher, that's weird. Why would a beautiful woman be associated with feces? It makes sense that a beautiful woman would turn into a skeleton after death. Yongxi said, because bones are not as disgusting as feces. That abstinent person would peel off the beautiful woman's skin and tell you that under the skin is disgusting fat and bloody flesh. It is no different from pork. Then, he would open the stomach and point at the green intestines. He would say that the intestines are feces. Hence, a beautiful woman is no different from feces. Then, he would tell you that the beautiful woman came from your imagination. After that, the so-called power and achievements were no longer illusory. Tell me, after listening to this for a day and a night, should I go and get rid of it? Yao Qi said, Teacher, why do I feel that it makes sense? Yongxi said, of course it makes sense. Let me ask you, who do you think is the stupidest person in the world? Yao Qi said, someone who thinks he is smart. Yongxi said, no, someone who thinks he is smart at least makes himself comfortable. True stupidity is to see through everything. It is to be so smart that you see through everything and lose all your desires. Once you reach that stage, you can just die. Anyway, there is no point in you living, right? Yao Qi nodded. Yongxi continued, hence, the biggest stupidity in the world is wisdom. You said that his words make sense. Of course, they do. All the truths in the world seem to make sense. But all the truths are stupid. If you don't want to be stupid, it is simple. You can play with the truths and use them to get everything you want. Hence, Yao Qi had always looked down on authority. Moreover, they also kept a respectful distance from the silent ones and avoided the topic like it was a taboo. Hence, from the bottom of his heart, he looked down on Yang Dingtian, the silent ones. However, for the sake of politics, he had to ask for advice with a respectful attitude. But the silent ones in front of him just sat there arrogantly and did not say a word. Yao Qi was a king. Of course, he felt offended. Once someone offended him, not to mention the silent ones, no one could escape the fate of disappearing from the world. Hence, he still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. He said, "Do you think that I am stupid and unworthy of your advice?" Yang Dingtian said, "If you are stupid, then there is no smart person in the world." Yao Qi said, "Then why is Mr. Jiang Shang not saying anything?" Yang Dingtian said, "You don't like me, and your words against the silent ones are like snakes and scorpions. Why should I say anything? Whatever you want, I will cooperate with you. You and I can do whatever you want for a day and a night." Yang Dingtian's words were very direct. "If you want me to put on a show, then I will fulfill your wish. The two of us can just sit there for a day and a night. As for talking through the night, there is no need for that." Yao Qi's face twitched. He felt that his teacher was right. These silent ones were all arrogant and stubborn. They boasted that they saw through everything. It was one thing for him to think about it, but it was another thing for Yang Dingtian to expose him. All of a sudden, he became competitive, and the so-called respect on his face disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by an extremely conceited arrogance. He said, "Mr. is right. I am very disgusted by the creed of your speechless clan, and even feel that it is completely useless. If we followed your attitude of having no desires, then not only the little Western paradise, but the entire chaotic world would have been destroyed. Desire is the foundation of all civilizations and races' survival. It is the absolute driving force for all civilizations and races' development. If the silent ones were really the so-called intelligent ones, then why are you almost extinct now?" Yang Dingtian smiled and did not refute. Jia, on the other hand, was filled with uneasiness. She could not help but look at Yao Qi with fear. "That's right. Talking to the silent ones for a day and a night will be very beneficial to me. Many fox demons will think that I have gained the recognition and influence of the intelligent ones." Yao Qi said coldly, "However, since you have such an attitude, then I don't want this reputation. Goodbye." Then, Yao Qi stood up and was about to walk out. "When are you going to kill me?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Yao Qi paused and continued to walk out. He did not answer or deny. Yang Dingtian had guessed correctly. Since they parted on bad terms, Yao Qi would definitely kill him, the silent ones. That was because the silent ones had too many admirers. Once they said something that was unfavorable to him, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, the moment Yao Qi walked out, he would definitely not allow him to live in this world. At that time, Yang Dingtian did not stop him at all. He allowed Yao Qi to leave the room. Suddenly, Jia knelt beside him and said, "Why did you do that? You will lose your life if you do that. Although you are admired by tens of thousands of people, if Yao Qi wants to kill you, it will be a piece of cake." Yang Dingtian only shook his head and did not say anything. After interacting with Yao Qi for a short 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that this might be the first true monarch that he had met. Furthermore, it was a monstrously ambitious monarch that was decisive in killing. He was very similar to those outstanding places in China's history. Even Queen Seaheart couldn't be considered a true ruler, because she was too soft and vicious, and her vision was too narrow. Next, Yang Dingtian would have to judge whether he was a truly outstanding and powerful king. Because for a king, intelligence was not the most important thing. The most important thing was character and breadth of mind. Such breadth of mind would basically lead to self-criticism, self-denial, and self-doubt. In the end, it would turn into correct thinking. This Yao Qi's prejudice and contempt for the silent ones were deeply rooted. If he thought of a way to kill Yang Dingtian, then he would only be a king. However, if he did not kill Yang Dingtian, but forced himself to understand the silent ones that he disliked and confirm whether his judgment was correct before deciding whether to kill Yang Dingtian, then he would be an outstanding king. Therefore, if he did not kill Yang Dingtian, then he would be an even more dangerous enemy to the human countries. Yang Dingtian's premonition was right. This Yao Qi in front of him was indeed an outstanding king. A few hours later, he came in front of Yang Dingtian again and said, "My judgment of the speechless race all originated from my teacher. Therefore, I am biased. This is a very dangerous action that will lead me in the wrong direction. Therefore, I really want to understand whether the silent ones are really intelligent and whether they are really harmful to this world." Yang Dingtian nodded at him. Yao Qi said, "I will only ask you one question. If you answer correctly, you will live. If you answer incorrectly, you will die. You know that it will be easy for me to kill you, and there won't be any serious consequences." Yang Dingtian nodded again. Yao Qi said, "My question is, what do you think is the thing that I am most worried about now? In other words, what is the problem that I want to solve the most after becoming the speaker?" Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. If he answered correctly, he would live. If he answered incorrectly, he would die. Chapter 743. What was Yao Qi most worried about? What problem did he want to solve the most? If Yang Dingtian did not come from modern Earth, he would have answered wrongly. From anyone's point of view, Yao Qi's biggest problem was his controversial nature. There were many forces that did not approve of him. Of course, all of this boiled down to one thing: how to secure his position as the chairman. If it was anyone else, they would have given the same answer. However, Yang Dingtian knew very well that Yao Qi did not care about that. Instead, he cared about the future of Little Western Paradise. That's right, the future of Little Western Paradise. In the few days that Yang Dingtian stayed, he clearly felt that the upper world of Little Western Paradise was much happier than the human countries. They were not in any danger, unlike the human countries that had to face the threat of a world-ending war. It seemed like there was nothing in the world that could threaten Little Western Paradise. That was indeed the case. Regardless of whether it was the Snake Men Empire or the evil Tao, they would not be able to threaten the Little Western Paradise for a very, very long time. In that case, this was the biggest problem. They were born in hardship and died in peace. Little Western Paradise was not in any danger and had a lifespan of thousands of years. Therefore, they had no intention of improving themselves and had lost their future goals. Perhaps they had once wanted to dominate all the dimensions in the chaotic world. They wanted to restore the glory of the Naga Empire and even go further. They wanted to become a true race of gods, the pinnacle of the universe. However, batch after batch of female foxes went to the human countries. Without exception, they all failed. The long years had erased most of their fighting spirit and dreams. Everyone was content with their current situation and only wanted to enjoy life. Look at the nobles in Shadow Spear City. How exquisite their food was and how extravagant their clothes were. How extravagant their lives were. They even wanted a statue by the roadside to be extravagant. Moreover, there were already many people with high bloodlines who did not practice martial arts. Why did they not practice martial arts? That was because ever since the Tribal Alliance Parliament was established in Little Western Paradise, they rarely used force to solve disputes. It had been a long time since there was a war. Most of the time, political means were used to solve problems. Since there was no war, there was no room for military force to be used. A person with a high cultivation base might not necessarily be respected and loved. Therefore, more and more people pursued art and philosophy. This was actually a good thing. But Little Western Paradise was a little too morbid. For example, Yang Dingtian, a fake member of the Silent Tribe, did not display any outstanding talent at all. He did not write any immortal articles, nor did he publish any astonishing theories, nor did he have any works of art. However, almost the entire Shadow Spear City was crazily chasing after him. And the reason was simply because he was from the Silent Clan. He possessed the highest Silver Dragon bloodline. Therefore, no matter what he did, he could be at the forefront of fashion. Even his stuttering speech could become a popular trend, and countless people imitated him. This was already sick. At this moment, the Little Western Paradise was like adding oil to a fire. The demon fox aristocrats who had lost their goal would eventually walk towards their own demise. Answer. If your answer is correct, it means that you are indeed a wise person. If your answer is wrong, it means that you are just a pretentious person. I cannot let you live, Yao Qi said. The Little Western Paradise now can no longer tolerate a pretentious idol. Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Qi and wrote word by word. The biggest problem you are facing, oh no, the biggest problem the entire Little Western Paradise is facing is that most people have lost their direction. It is as if they have entered an eternal drunken stupor. The few who are sober are unable to lead them to change. If this continues, in less than 300 or 500 years, Little Western Paradise will self-destruct. Yao Qi was instantly shocked. Yang Dingtian ignored his words and continued writing. Actually, there is a more realistic problem. I have rarely seen the children of the high nobles. As they have an almost infinite lifespan, the demon fox aristocrats no longer wish to have children. This is because it will affect their bloodline. Moreover, I have seen many aristocrat couples who are like passers-by. They have countless lovers. The private life in Shadow Spear City has become extremely messy. In the end, Yang Dingtian used simple words to write. The Little Western Paradise now is at its brightest, but it is also at its most decadent. Therefore, in the next few hundred or thousand years, it will face the end of the world. Yao Qi looked at the words and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. His entire face and eyes were trembling. This was the first time someone had spoken to the deepest part of his soul. It was even clearer and clearer than what he was worried about. Many people thought that he would be very proud after becoming the chairman. However, they did not know that he could not sleep at night. He was extremely anxious when he saw the upper echelons of Little Western Paradise living in such a drunken stupor. After a long while, he bowed for the first time and said, Mr. Jiang Shang, please forgive me for my ignorance and disrespect. Please forgive me for doubting your wisdom and blaspheming you. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, since you are so polite, I will say a few more words. Yao Qi bowed again and said, please enlighten me. Yang Dingtian continued writing. Previously, you were extremely disdainful of the speechless race. Obviously, you were influenced by your teacher. Your teacher thinks that desire is the root of the advancement of society. However, the speechless race thinks that all desires and pursuits are illusory. I advise your teacher to give up everything and pursue all eternity. Yao Qi said respectfully, that's right. Although you have not heard of it, it is as if you have seen it with your own eyes. Yang Dingtian wrote, actually, both of them are right, but they are also wrong. Your teacher is wrong because he is too fearless. The speechless race senior is wrong because he is too pessimistic. However, your teacher is wrong more. Think about it carefully. How much of the Little Western Paradise's current situation is because of your teacher? Yao Qi was shocked when he heard this. Yang Dingtian wrote, when your teacher was elected as the speaker, Little Western Paradise was at its most chaotic. There were endless conflicts. Hence, your master spent 100 years to guide the mainstream of the Western Paradise from the martial path to the arts, using this to eliminate the conflict. This kind of guidance could not be said to be wrong. However, he should not have led it to the superficial. This thing is too illusory. Moreover, there is no clear future. Yang Dingtian continued writing, of course, he became the greatest speaker in history. However, he had already planted the seeds of disaster for Little Western Paradise. His actions were like he did not want a group of beasts to fight each other. In the end, he treated them like pigs. In the end, he really did raise a group of pigs. Just like what he said, if you don't want to be stupid, you have to play with the truth. He was too utilitarian, too smart, and too mean. Yang Dingtian's words were enlightening in Yao Qi's ears. Actually, he felt that way too. However, that was his teacher, his biggest political backer. Therefore, he could not think too deeply about it. Now that Yang Dingtian had exposed him, he broke out in cold sweat. That was right. Little Western Paradise was full of conflicts before, but it did not lack vitality. Now, Little Western Paradise was peaceful, but it was dead. How do I get out of this rotten situation? Sir, please teach me. Yao Qi said as he bowed. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, old habits are hard to change. Either you start all over again, or there is a huge external force. Otherwise, with your own strength, there is no way to save it. Why is there no way to save it? Sir, please do not underestimate my determination. Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will save this situation. Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian wrote on the paper, because the fox demon race in Little Western Paradise is not a race given by the heavens. It is also not a race that was born naturally. It is a race that was forcefully created by a powerful species. From the moment it was born, it was the moment it was destroyed. The Naga race is the most extreme example. Yao Qi clenched his teeth and said, Sir, do you think that there is an intelligent species in this world that will live forever? Humans. Yang Dingtian said, at least in the foreseeable future, they will continue to live. Yao Qi said, why humans? Yang Dingtian said, because they are too ordinary. Yao Qi was stunned. Then, he fell silent. Others might not understand Yang Dingtian's words, but he was smart enough to understand. Yang Dingtian was speaking the truth. However, he was also hiding something. There was only one meaning in his words, and that was to let the demon foxes of the Little Western Paradise completely integrate into the human nations of the primal chaos realm, and let them also become popular. To put it more bluntly, he wanted to destroy all the powerful and rotten high-ranking fox demon race. He wanted the astronomical number of ordinary fox demon race to become the mainstream of Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian's secret was, of course, a poison. A poison that would destroy Little Western Paradise's martial arts. However, it was also the truth. It was also the truth that would allow Little Western Paradise to live forever. Sometimes, poison could save people. But of course, Yang Dingtian wouldn't say it so clearly. However, Yao Qi said it very clearly. He said directly, Sir, you want me to destroy all the high-ranking fox demon race and let the ordinary fox demon race become the rulers of Little Western Paradise. Then, they will completely integrate into the human kingdom. Is that what you mean? When he said that, his eyes were already cold and filled with murderous intent. He was indeed a king. He had just bowed down and kowtowed. Now, he was filled with murderous intent. Yang Dingtian knew that he needed a perfect explanation. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. That's what I mean, but that's also not what I mean, Yang Dingtian said. Oh. Yao Qi said, please enlighten me. Yang Dingtian wrote, from a long-term perspective, that's what I mean. I want the high-ranking fox demon race to destroy themselves after completing their mission. I want the low-ranking fox demon race to become the mainstream of Little Western Paradise. However, this long-term plan will take at least hundreds or thousands of years. If I do it in the short term, it's no different from destroying my martial arts and committing suicide by taking poison. Yao Qi did not deny it. He said, is there no other way? Yang Dingtian said, if you only want a few thousand years of glory, of course, there is a way. It's to walk the path of the Naga race. Borrow from the humans and give birth to a demigod race. Then, they will completely rule over all the dimensions in the chaotic world. Then, your fox demon race's power will exceed the limits of the chaotic world. Then, there will be another great nirvana, which will lead to the complete destruction of the chaotic world. Yao Qi's eyes brightened. He said, if that's the case, we will still have glory, right? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. The ambitious person in front of him had the mentality of a typical king, not an idealist. The instant glory of ruling over the world was what fascinated them the most. However, the longevity of civilization might not be what they really wanted. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment. Then, he said, yes. However, it's a pity that the Naga race has already done this. No matter what, repeating the path of others is not an absolute glory. Suddenly, the light in Yao Qi's eyes dimmed. Then, he laughed and said, all right, talking to you is indeed better than studying for 10 years. I've learned a lot. Please rest, sir. I'll come again. Then, he bade farewell and left. Yang Dingtian could not help but sigh. Because of the judgment of the people of Earth, he was recognized by Yao Qi's talent. However, he did not say anything about Yao Qi. Moreover, their ambitions and views were completely different. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot work together. Yao Qi still wanted to follow the path of the Naga race. She wanted to give birth to the demigod race and rule over the universe. Even if she wanted to be completely destroyed like the Naga race, she would not hesitate. Just like the saying, even if it was a shooting star that passed by in a flash, at least it had once burned and shone brightly. If this happened to a person, it was not bad. However, if it happened to a race, it would undoubtedly be an extremely terrifying thing. In the history of Earth, there were too many races that had risen brilliantly. They had almost conquered the entire world, or more than half of the world. However, their rise was quick, and their fall was sudden. The Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan's lead had almost conquered half of the world in a short period of time. However, the entire empire had been destroyed in less than 100 years. Germany had almost fought against more than half of the world with its own power. Although it had lost in terms of strategy, it was extremely brilliant in terms of tactics. The burning thoughts of these races had not only destroyed themselves, but they had also created a huge disaster for the entire world. Once Yao Qi succeeded, the human countries would face an even more terrifying ending. It would be even more terrifying than the Great War of Extinction. Once the high-level fox race successfully gave birth to the demigod race, in addition to their almost endless lifespan, humans would not be their match. They would only face enslavement or destruction. Of course, they would also be destroyed. However, they would first destroy the entire world's civilization before destroying themselves. For example, after the Naga race had dominated the underwater world, they had almost destroyed all the underwater civilizations. They were the only one left. That was because they wanted to monopolize all the energy in the sea to make themselves stronger. That would lead to the Great Nirvana. In the pavilion at the highest point of the palace, Yao Nu II and Yao Qi were having a secret conversation. What about Jiang Shang? Yao Nu asked. Yao Qi said, different ideals, different paths. Yao Nu II said, then get rid of him. I'll do it. I guarantee that it won't affect you at all. You can just blame it on the Silver Moon race. After all, Yao Li has already died in your hands. You can use Jiang Shang's death to get rid of the dissidents. Yao Qi said, but this person is also my confidant. I haven't had such a good conversation with someone in a very long time. When he says something, I can understand the meaning behind it. When I say something, he can also understand what I mean. He's such a confidant and a great talent. It's a pity to kill him. Then, Yao Qi said, if he can be used by me, that would be great. Yao Nu II said, that's what I thought back then. That's why I kept him. He's from the speechless race. He'll bring you great political prestige. Yao Qi was a little disappointed with his father-in-law's vision. He shook his head and said, I don't care if he's from the speechless race. Try to get him. Either he'll be used by me or I'll kill him. How? Yao Nu the second asked. Be my brother-in-law and betroth Jia to him, Yao Qi said. Yao Nu the second said, how can that be? Jia is going to marry you together with Yao Rao. She'll be your future imperial concubine. No, although Jia is beautiful, if she can be exchanged for Jiang Shang, that's what I want. Yao Qi said, think of a way immediately. Even if you want Jia to climb into his bed now, it'll be worth it. Chapter 744. Jia was stunned when she heard her father's request. She was speechless. All the admiration she had for young Ding Tian was fake. She was looking forward to marrying someone like Yao Qi. She was looking forward to marrying Yao Qi with her sister. She served Jiang Shang, the silent one, because of Yao Qi. Her sister, Yao Rao, gave her too much pressure. As the only female fox demon who had successfully borrowed a human seed and gave birth to a demigod's descendant, Jia felt that she had no chance of winning against her sister. In fact, Jia was the first one to get married to Yao Qi. Back then, Yao Qi tried to rope in the Shadow Spear clan to become the chairman. The marriage was decided by the greatest chairman in Little Western Paradise's history. He was also Yao Qi's teacher, the Eternal Pavilion. He came to Shadow Spear City to ask for Yao's Wrath II's hand. After that, the Shadow Spear clan supported Yao Qi to become the chairman. Not only that, but the Shadow Spear clan also roped in many close allies to support Yao Qi's election. If it were not for the Shadow Spear clan, Yao Qi would not have been elected. Jia was originally Yao Qi's only wife. However, there was a huge change. Some humans secretly reported to Yao Qi that Yao Rao had successfully borrowed a human seed and gave birth to a demigod's descendant. Not only that, but Yao Li had also received the news and went to the human kingdom to take Yao Rao back. Suddenly, Yao Qi felt that this was a huge opportunity. The opportunity to change the Western Paradise was right in front of her. Therefore, he left Little Western Paradise immediately and went to the human kingdom to take Yao Rao and the child away. Because of this, he did not hesitate to kill Yao Li, turning the Silvermoon clan, who had always been against him, into his mortal enemy. After that, Yao Rao also became the second wife that he was about to marry. No, Yao Rao was the first, and Jia was the second. Yao's Wrath II was very happy. He did not expect his daughter Yao Rao to successfully borrow a human seed. A few hundred years ago, thousands of the most outstanding female fox demon nobles went to borrow a human seed. However, none of them succeeded. All of them failed. Therefore, the entire fox demon clan gave up hope. They felt that it was impossible. Having lost their target, the fox demon clan became even more befuddled. But he had never thought that Yao Rao would actually succeed. What did this mean? Demon's Wrath II was very clear that this meant that his grandson was very likely to become the first emperor of Little Western Paradise, a true emperor. Hence, he had not invested much in supporting Yao Qi before. Now, he was supporting Yao Qi with everything he had. Because supporting Yao Qi was equivalent to supporting his grandson. Jia, on the other hand, was the one who suffered the most damage. Originally, she was Chairman Yao Qi's only wife, but later on, she had to be ranked after her sister. If that was the case, she would have accepted it. Now, she was actually asked to climb onto the bed of the Silent Clan's Jiang Shang. She really could not accept it. On what basis? On what basis? Why am I the one being sacrificed? Jia and Yao Qi could be said to be like-minded. Many of their viewpoints coincided with each other. At the same time, Jia was a noblewoman with great ambition. Unlike the other fox nobles, she was not muddle-headed and befuddled. She also clearly saw the terrible situation that the Demon Fox clan was facing. Towards the Speechless clan, she was full of repulsion and even hostility. She felt that the Speechless clan's negative viewpoints would bring great harm to the entire Little Western Paradise. The reason why she served Jiang Shang from the speechless clan like a disciple was all for Yao Qi. She just wanted to build momentum for Yao Qi. Actually, she herself did not despise Jiang Shang from the speechless clan. She could only say that his viewpoints were completely different from hers. Hence, although she called herself a disciple, she did not ask Jiang Shang from the speechless clan any questions. Instead, she had those fox nobles come to worship her every day, and then she showed them her close relationship with Jiang Shang. Not only was she building momentum for Yao Qi, but she was also building momentum for herself. Her identity as a disciple of the speechless clan could bring glory to her identity. As the future wife of the chairman, this identity was also a golden signboard. In today's Little Western paradise, martial arts could no longer dominate the order. Reputation was more important than martial arts. Hence, no matter which noble, they would do everything they could to increase their reputation. And this Jiang Shang from the speechless clan became the best tool. Hence, she spared no effort to flatter Jiang Shang from the speechless clan. It was all for Yao Qi. Soon, Jia forced herself to calm down. She said, "Father, why? Why?" Yao Nu II said, "This speechless clan is overflowing with talent. Chairman Yao Qi wants to use him for himself." "What talent does the speechless clan have? They only know how to hide from the world. It's useless for governing the world," Jia said. Yao Nu II said, "Chairman Yao Qi said that Jiang Shang and he are close friends. It's just that their viewpoints and paths are different." Jia said, "Then, it's also him who told me to climb onto Jiang Shang's bed?" "Yes," Yao Nu II said. Jia said, "Then I'll ask him myself." Jia came to Yao Qi's house. For the first time, she lifted her beautiful and elegant face and looked at Yao Qi. "You know that I admire and adore you a lot. That I dislike the speechless clan." Yao Qi nodded. Jia said, "I just want to confirm that you really want to marry me to Jiang Shang." Yao Qi nodded. "Yes." "Why?" Jia asked. Yao Qi said, "He sees the danger of Little Western Paradise more clearly than I do. However, he's very biased against the Fox clan. He's even hostile. He wants to destroy the Fox clan." Jia said, "If that's the case, why don't you kill him?" Yao Qi said, "As a king, I can't judge things based on likes and dislikes. If I don't like someone, I'll kill him. If I have a different view, I'll kill him. That's the most useless thing to do. To be able to make your enemy work for you, that's what a king should do." Jia said, "Is he worth it?" Yao Qi said, "First, his identity as the speechless clan is worth it, let alone his talent." Jia said, "What do you want me to do? Seduce him?" "No." Yao Qi said, "What's done can't be undone. Then, propose marriage." Jia's face turned pale. She said with a trembling voice, You can bear to see me like this?" "I can," Yao Qi said expressionlessly. Jia's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and said, "What if, even if I do it, he still won't cooperate?" "Then kill him," Yao Qi said. "What about me? What about me?" Jia's tears fell. Yao Qi said, "If you can't marry him, then marry me. You don't care. I've been with him before. I'm a pure and flawless virgin," Jia said while holding back her tears. Yao Qi said, "I don't care. Your sister Yao Rao gave birth to a human's child. I don't care. I'm even preparing to nurture that child to be my successor. We'll have many children in the future. All of them will assist their elder brother." Jia's tears finally gushed out. Yao Qi's actions were unquestionably shameless and despicable. He was willing to give his woman to someone else for one person. However, he was so magnanimous that no one could refute him. "All right. Since you're willing, then I'm willing too." Jia gritted her teeth and walked out. For half a day, Yang Dingtian's room was very quiet. Jia, who had been serving him meticulously as a disciple, had also disappeared. Yang Dingtian knew that Yao Qi had to make a choice again. Kill him or find a way to tolerate him and use him in the end. Of course, if Yao Qi wanted to kill him, he wouldn't do it in the Shadow Spear clan's palace. He would kill him somewhere else and blame it on his enemy, such as the Silver Moon clan. It was funny. If Yang Dingtian wanted to find an ally against Yao Qi, he shouldn't have come to the Shadow Spear clan first. He should have gone to the Silver Moon clan. However, he instinctively thought that the Shadow Spear clan was Yao Rao's family and his father-in-law. They should have been a natural ally. Who would have thought that the Shadow Spear clan would be Yao Qi's most loyal supporter? Yao Li's Silver Moon clan was Yao Qi's most loyal enemy. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't really want to go to the Silver Moon clan anymore. At least, he didn't want to go for now. That was because he wanted to know more about Yao Qi. If he could influence him to change the strategy of the Little Western Paradise and save Yao Rao and her son, that would be the best ending. Of course, the best ending would be for Yao Qi to return Yao Rao and her son to him and form an alliance with him to fight against the evil ways. However, that ending was too dreamy. He shouldn't have too many fantasies. But at least, Yang Dingtian wanted to try. At least, he had to see Yao Rao and her son with his own eyes before he could do anything else. Now, Yang Dingtian had to continue guessing Yao Qi's intentions. Was he going to kill him or use him? Yang Dingtian felt that Yao Qi was definitely going to use him. Putting aside his talent, just his identity as a member of the speechless race was enough for Yao Qi to use a lot of effort to rope him in and use him. What kind of trick would Yao Qi use to win him over? Yang Dingtian racked his brains, trying to figure out what Yao Qi would do. Just then, the door opened. A stunning beauty, Jia, walked in. She was wearing a flesh-colored silk dress. It was loose but clingy. It accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her look very seductive. Yang Dingtian immediately understood. Yao Qi was going to use her beauty to trap him. He was really willing to go all out. Yang Dingtian knew that Jia was one of Yao Qi's fiancées. The charming sister-in-law, Jia, came to Yang Dingtian and said, "It's late. Sir, are you still awake?" Yang Dingtian said, "It's late. Why are you here, Miss Jia?" Jia said, "I'm here to serve you." Chapter 745. Not long after, Jia left. She didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Yang Dingtian got up from the ground and tried to pick up his clothes, only to find that they were torn to shreds. About 2 hours later, Jia came in again. She seemed to have taken a bath as her body was filled with the fragrance of flower petals. 2 maids followed behind her, carrying a steaming bathtub. "Jia, help you bathe." Since everything had happened, Yang Dingtian didn't argue anymore. He sat in the bathtub and let Jia help him bathe. He just lay in the hot water and closed his eyes, thinking about the situation in front of him. Even though she was from the speechless tribe, Yao Qi still wanted to rope in Yang Dingtian. Even if it was just a facade, it still had a high political value. Yao Qi's goal was very straightforward. She wanted to marry Jia to Jiang Shang from the speechless tribe and completely use him. Of course, because they had different ideals and paths, she wouldn't take Yang Dingtian's suggestion. For a very long time, she was just a facade that he had kept for himself. Now, Yang Dingtian had to face the problem of whether to agree or not. If he agreed, it would go against the personality of the speechless tribe. But if he didn't, Yao Qi would definitely kill him. Most importantly, Yang Dingtian wanted to see Yao Rao and her son. Plus, it might be more convenient to hunt for the void-cracking fire by Yao Qi's side. "The speechless tribe's body is really strange," Jia suddenly said. Yang Dingtian looked down. It was indeed strange. First of all, compared to humans, his body seemed to be longer and flatter. Plus, there were natural patterns on his body. Some of the patterns even glowed. They were especially eye-catching in the dim light. Yang Dingtian looked at the patterns carefully and realized that they were mysterious. They were like special runes filled with special magic. The speechless tribe's body also looked like a human, but it seemed to be more seductive. Like the speechless tribe's face, it was between beautiful and seductive. "Sir, what do you plan to do next?" Jia asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head slightly and said, "What do you want to do?" Jia said, "If you reject Chairman Yao Qi, you will be killed. However, I can still marry Yao Qi." Yang Dingtian, "This is what you've been dreaming of, right?" "Yes." Jia said, "But if you could serve Her Excellency Yao Qi, that would be the result I want as well. That is why I'm in a dilemma right now." Yang Dingtian did not answer. Jia asked, "Mr. Jiang Shang, will you refuse?" Yang Dingtian still did not answer. After the bath, Jia helped Yang Dingtian put on his clothes and said, "Please come with me. Her Excellency Yao Qi is waiting for you." Afterward, Jia brought Yang Dingtian to the main hall. It was the main hall where she met Yang Dingtian for the first time. The walls were filled with dozens of portraits. When Yang Dingtian entered, Yao Qi was standing under his portrait. The chairman can only serve one term, or at most two. However, the chief of the 9 tribes can serve for life and the position is hereditary, Yao Qi suddenly said. That is why many people say that Little Western Paradise is actually the Little Western Paradise of the 9 tribes. The chairman is just a title. It's useless. Yang Dingtian did not answer. Among the 9 tribes, 4 of them are against me. 2 of them see me as their enemy, Yao Qi said. His Excellency Jiang Shang, what do you think I should do? Yang Dingtian remained silent. Sometimes, a rebellion is a good thing, right? Yao Qi said, the Little Western Paradise has been peaceful for too long. Martial arts has become the last trend, and the so-called art has become the mainstream. Countless people are trying to please the crowd. Countless people are being pretentious. Then, Yao Qi turned around and said, Mr. Jiang Shang, would you like to return to Silver Dragon Sky City with me? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, sure. Jiang Shang was stunned. Suspicion flashed in his eyes. He said, isn't it too easy for you to agree? I thought you would rather sacrifice your life than submit to force. Some people were just like that. They were naturally suspicious. Yang Dingtian did not answer him. Facing such a person, no answer would be able to dispel his suspicions. Moreover, he would not kill someone just because he was suspicious. Just like that, under the reluctance of countless nobles in Shadow Spear City, Jiang Shang, the wise of the speechless tribe, accepted Yao Qi's invitation to visit Silver Dragon Sky City. Jia went with him as his disciple. On that day, hundreds of thousands of Shadow Spear City's nobles sent him off. After riding on the flying carriage for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally arrived at Silver Dragon Sky City, which was more than 10,000 miles away. This speed was not considered fast. Yang Dingtian realized that Little Western Paradise did not have a strict requirement for speed. Perhaps it was because they had too much time, so they did not feel any urgency about speed. After arriving at Silver Dragon Sky City, Yang Dingtian finally understood what a real city in the sky was. Originally, Shadow Spear City had already given him an incomparably huge impact. However, compared to Silver Dragon Sky City, it paled in comparison. Shadow Spear City was just gorgeous. It was also filled with fantasy colors. However, Silver Dragon Sky City was filled with the colors of science fiction. It was really a city floating in the sky. There were countless huge houses. Although they were still filled with an artistic atmosphere, their height was no less than the skyscrapers on Earth. They were obviously ancient houses made of stone, but they were almost as tall as modern skyscrapers. Rows upon rows of buildings and gorgeous halls merged perfectly, forming the style of Silver Dragon Sky City that was both dreamy and majestic. This city already had the colors of a huge metropolis. As far as the eye could see, it was almost endless. Even Zhongjing was only a fraction of the size of Silver Dragon Sky City. Silver Dragon Sky City was considered the capital of the entire Little Western Paradise. It did not belong to any of the 9 tribes. It was the city that truly belonged to the speaker. Every term of the speaker was officially in charge of this city. That was why he had such great power and could suppress the 9 tribes. However, the speaker was elected. Therefore, every master of Silver Dragon Sky City could only rule for 100 years at most, 200 years at most. In the huge floating square, Yang Dingtian, the silent tribe, received an unprecedented grand welcome. There were hundreds of thousands of Fox tribe nobles who came to the square to welcome them. The Qilin cavalry of the Silver Dragon Guards came out in full force for the first time. They lined up in the square to welcome the arrival of Speaker Yao Qi and Jiang Sheng of the Silent Tribe. The Qilin cavalry only had less than 1,000 people. Because the Qilin beast mounts were extremely rare. That's right. It was really a Qilin beast. Although it was a little different from the Qilin in the legends on Earth. However, it seemed more majestic than the Qilin depicted on Earth. Every Qilin warrior was a disciple selected from the nobles of the Fox tribe. They had the highest talent, the best looks, and the noblest bloodline. Therefore, the Qilin cavalry should be the most powerful army in Little Western Paradise. However, they never fought. Instead, they existed as a guard of honor. They were seen as the noblest army in Little Western Paradise. When Speaker Yao Qi and Jiang Sheng of the Silent Tribe walked out of the carriage, the entire square was in an uproar. All the nobles of the Fox tribe in Little Western Paradise knew about the existence of the Silent Tribe. Everyone knew that the Silent Tribe had the noblest Silver Dragon bloodline. However, almost no one had seen the real Silent Tribe. Because they were too reclusive. They were like immortals who avoided the world. They never stepped into the secular world. However, the more they were like that, the more the nobles of the Fox tribe worshipped them. Now, it was the first time the nobles of Silver Dragon Sky City had seen the real Silent Tribe. As expected, they were as noble and elegant as the legends said. They were filled with unparalleled wisdom. Yao Qi and Jiang Sheng of the Silent Tribe walked side by side on the long carpet. Countless nobles cheered along the way. An orchestra with thousands of people played majestic and luxurious music. Speaker Yao Qi accompanied Jiang Sheng of the Silent Tribe to inspect the noblest Qilin cavalry in Little Western Paradise. The entire carpet was almost 1,000 meters long. Because of Jiang Sheng from the Speechless clan, the 1,000-meter-long carpet gave Speaker Yao Qi a huge political reputation. Yang Dingtian thought that Yao Qi would give a public speech. Not only her, but also him. However, she didn't. After walking down the red carpet, Yao Qi just waved at the countless nobles. Then, the two of them boarded the open golden carriage and went to the heart of Little Western Paradise, the Silver Palace, the Silver Palace. It was the political core of Little Western Paradise. It was where every speaker worked and lived. It was like the White House in America, the Kremlin in Russia, and the Buckingham Palace in England. However, the size of the Silver Palace should be at least 10 times larger than the 3 palaces combined. It was as majestic as a mountain. It was a huge square that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yang Dingtian didn't know how many years it took the Fox tribe to build the Silver Palace. He even felt a sense of absurdity. No matter how tall the Fox tribe was, they couldn't be more than 2 meters tall. However, the main hall of the Silver Palace was dozens of meters tall. Anyone who entered the palace, including the Fox tribe, would feel extremely small. Then, Yang Dingtian understood. These palaces weren't man-made. They were built for the god of Little Western Paradise, the totem of Little Western Paradise, the fallen Silver Dragon. Because in the entire Silver Palace, whether it was the square or the main hall, the statues of the fallen Silver Dragon were everywhere. Some were dozens of meters tall, while others were hundreds of meters tall. Perhaps they didn't want the fallen Silver Dragon to feel cramped. That was why the main hall was so huge and majestic. After entering the Silver Palace, Yang Dingtian was immediately protected. Or rather, he was put under house arrest. He stayed in one of the palaces by himself. In the 5-story palace, there were over 100 beautiful maids, a few hundred formidable warriors, and a few hundred servants of all kinds. They were all serving Yang Dingtian alone. For a few hours, Yang Dingtian stayed in the palace. No one could talk to him or communicate with him. This was because Yao Qi had ordered that anyone who talked to Jiang Shang would be killed. Jiang Shang didn't appear. Jia didn't appear either. Yang Dingtian had followed Yao Qi to Silver Dragon Sky City. He wanted to see Yao Rao and her son as soon as possible. However, things weren't that simple. This group of palaces was much bigger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. It was also much more heavily guarded. Yang Dingtian didn't even know if Yao Rao and her son were in the palace. Although he desperately wanted to see Yao Rao and her son, he couldn't act rashly. This place was far more dangerous than he had imagined. But what he didn't expect was that Yao Qi would use every possible method to pull Yang Dingtian to her side and bring him to Silver Dragon Sky City even if she had to sacrifice her fiancé. After he succeeded, he put Yang Dingtian under house arrest in the palace. He didn't ask about Yang Dingtian at all for a few days. It was as if he had completely forgotten about the silent tribe. He didn't want Yang Dingtian to be worshipped by all the nobles like Jia. He didn't hold any banquets. Apart from the appearance at the square, he didn't let Yang Dingtian appear in public again. Mr. President, you've paid such a huge price to get Jiang Shang. Why don't you use him? Jia asked. What do I use him for? Yao Qi used a quill pen to deal with official business quickly. Do I use him to buy people's hearts? Do I use him to build up my political reputation? Isn't that too much of a waste? Then what do you want him to do? Jia asked. Yao Qi said, I invited him to the Silver Palace. He agreed too easily. That's not normal. I want to immerse myself for a while and let some truth surface. Then, I'll think of a way to make him useful again. Jia said, but now, the nobles are very enthusiastic about meeting Mr. Jiang Shang. In the past few days, your support rate has been increasing rapidly. I think it's not a good idea to keep him under house arrest. There's a need to hold a huge banquet for him. Yes, we'll talk about it again. Yao Qi said, oh right, is your sister still not cooperating? Yes, not cooperating at all. Jia said, she doesn't want to be your wife. Once she shows up, she'll tell the truth that you took her by force. Arrange for her to meet Jiang Shang. Then, observe him secretly. Yao Qi said. Are you suspecting something? Jia asked. Nothing. Just observing. Yao Qi said, go. Yes. Jia said. Then, she turned around and left. She went to the palace where Yang Dingtian was. After Jia left, Yao Qi's confidant came forward and said, Mr. President, will you send an envoy to the Sea of Spirits? The human, Dongli, came with him. Dongli? Yao Qi said, the Dongli who told us about Yao Rao's secret of giving birth? Yes, that Dongli. The Dongli who wants to cooperate with us. The confidant said. Yao Qi said, invite them in. Yes. Instantly, Wu Yu's envoy and Dongli from the Sea of Spirits entered the fallen hall of the Silver Palace to meet Yao Qi. At the same time, Jia came to Yang Dingtian and said, let's go. I'll bring you to meet someone. Chapter 746. Who? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said, you'll know when you see him. Then, she turned around and walked out. Even though the two of them had extraordinarily close contact, the relationship between the two of them had fallen into an even stranger state. Previously, Jia still treated him as a disciple and took care of him meticulously. Now, there was no need for formalities and hypocrisy. The relationship between the two of them suddenly became cold and unfamiliar. They walked through a long square and passed by a magnificent and huge bridge. Finally, they arrived at a magnificent courtyard. This courtyard was filled with beautiful red leaves. At this moment, they were fluttering in the wind and were extremely beautiful. Pushing open the magnificent crystal door, they entered a dreamy palace. That was because a considerable portion of the palace was open air. Red leaves were planted everywhere in the palace, including the roof. Yang Dingtian immediately saw the two figures that had captivated his dreams. Yao Rao was wearing a snow-white light fur coat and holding the beautiful baby Yang Yi. She was painting in front of a drawing board. Her small hand was holding Yang Yi's smaller hand as she painted. She was painting a formal Yang Dingtian. As she painted, she said sweetly, "Hey, these are Daddy's eyes. Daddy's eyes look honest, but they're actually dishonest. On your daddy's face, only this pair of eyes can still be seen." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled, as if he was struck by an electric current. His whole body went numb. He and Yao Rao couldn't be said to be in true love. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a man and a woman in ancient times who got married with a child. It couldn't be said to be love, but it could be said to be a lover. Lover, family, a casual word from her could tug at your heartstrings. After leaving Yang Yi, Yao Rao had completely transformed into her human form. Otherwise, she would still have some changes when she returned to Little Western Paradise. But the current Yao Rao was almost no different from the Yao Rao in Cloud Sky City. On the contrary, Yang Yi had some changes. His little ears had become cuter. Originally, his ears were very close to a fox's, but now they were closer to a human. Also, his little face was slightly longer than in Cloud Sky City. His eyes were brighter, and there was even a colorful world in his pupils. In short, in the human countries, Yang Yi only looked very, very beautiful. However, in Little Western Paradise, people could tell that he was different at a glance. He even had a very special aura around him, which made people feel a sense of tranquility and longing as soon as they got close to him. "Come, Bao Bao, the other eye, Bao Bao will draw," Yao Rao said. Yang Yi took the brush and began to draw Yang Dingtian's other eye. He didn't draw quickly, but he didn't stop or think too much. Instead, he drew very naturally and smoothly.
Then not only Yang Dingtian was stunned, even Yao Rao was also stunned. Because Yang Yi's eyes were full of details. What she captured was one of Yang Dingtian's expressions. What was Yang Dingtian doing at that time? Oh, right, he was praising Yang Yichen. Yang Yichen had become very sensitive because of his father's death. He was also very eager to be protected and cherished by others. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was never stingy with his praise and attention. He would listen carefully to what he said and then give the most sincere and beautiful answer. The time Yang Dingtian spent with the children was very short, but as long as they were together, he was willing to work hard to let the children feel his love. And this scene obviously left a deep impression on Bao Bao, so he naturally drew it. He, who was less than 2 years old, even had a kind of photographic memory. He remembered many details more clearly than his mother, Yao Rao. Therefore, with the cooperation of the mother and son, a vivid and lifelike Yang Dingtian appeared in front of them. Bao Bao is so good, so awesome. Yao Rao kissed Yang Yi and then said, after drawing Dad, "Let's draw Grandma, Mom Yan Yan, Brother Yang Li, Brother Yang Yichen, Sister Ningning, Sister Yang Qin, okay? Let's draw everyone in the family, right?" Yang Yi was still drawing seriously, with a sweet smile on his little face, and then nodded vigorously. "Sister," Jia shouted. Yao Rao seemed to have just noticed that someone was coming, then she hugged Yang Yi and said, "Bao Bao, call Auntie." Yang Yi turned his little face and shouted, "Auntie." Then his eyes fell on Yang Dingtian's face, and suddenly he was stunned, then he stopped drawing and just looked at him, with big bright eyes, as if he was looking for some kind of special feeling. At this time, Yao Rao looked at Yang Dingtian for the first time, and she was also slightly stunned. Yang Dingtian himself, a very, very close person, could still find traces of Yang Dingtian from the outline of his face, but it was definitely a very, very close person. But Yang Dingtian's current changes were astonishing, a face that was completely different from a human's, even the structure of his body had changed, and his height was almost 2 meters. Especially his eyes, whether it was the pupils or the eyebrows, they were already very different from a human's. "Sister, this is the sage of the Speechless Clan, Mr. Jiang Shang," Jia said. "Of course, he is also my fiancé." Yao Rao was even more stunned, looking up and down at Yang Dingtian for a long time. She did not sniff lightly, but Yang Dingtian knew that she was sniffing the special aura of Yang Dingtian. The Demon Fox clan was very, very sensitive to the special aura of the dark profound flame on Yang Dingtian's body. But after giving birth to Yang Yi, all the special energy of the Demon Fox clan in Yao Rao's body seemed to have completely disappeared. She was just like a complete human woman.
Therefore, when she was together with Yang Dingtian, it was entirely due to her human emotions. She was already unfamiliar with the dark energy in his body and had become dull. So, Yao Rao could no longer sniff the aura of the dark profound flame in Yang Dingtian's body. Her eyes stared at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time, then she said to Jia, "Are you sure? He is your fiancé?" "I am sure," Jia said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian opened his arms towards Yang Yi, asking for a hug. Yao Rao's eyes locked, but baby Yang Yi took the initiative to open his arms, which made her stunned. Yang Dingtian hugged Yang Yi in his arms, greedily sniffing the milky fragrance on his body and his soft body. When he was in Cloud Sky City, because he had to hug Yang Qin, he did not hug Yang Yi much. Now that he was hugging him in his arms, he actually felt as if the whole world was in his arms. Yang Dingtian's special aura made Yang Dingtian feel as if he was incomparably powerful in an instant. This was a very mysterious feeling. Hugging one's own child and one's own wife made one feel powerful. Because only when he was powerful could he protect them. Of course, he could not hug his wife now. In fact, he should not hug Yang Yi baby, as it would be very easy for Jia to see through him. But, this did not matter. The actions of the Speechless Clan sage could be explained, and even did not need to be explained. At this moment, Yang Dingtian baby was being hugged in his arms were around Yang Dingtian's neck, and his little hand was gently writing on his back, "Daddy." That's right, it was the Chinese character for daddy. Yang Dingtian's heart felt as if a 10,000-pound boulder had been thrown into his heart. When he was with the babies, he would occasionally teach them how to write Chinese characters. He was prepared to only teach this language to his own children. But unfortunately, he had only taught a few words before leaving in a hurry. And now, Yang Yi baby was writing the Chinese character for daddy on his back. Yang Yi actually recognized him, Yang Dingtian's shock was completely indescribable. How was this possible? Yang Yi baby was only a little more than a year old, and he had undergone a huge change from head to toe, from inside to outside. How could he still recognize him, in another kind of grand hall? Dongli and the Nether Sea emissary came to visit Speaker Yao Qi. Dongli, the adopted son of His Majesty the Demon King Wentian, the Prime Minister of the Naga Empire, greets the great speaker. Dongli came in and bowed. Huali, the Lord of the Nether Sea, greets the great speaker. Behind him was a woman with a veil over her face. She was dressed in mermaid attire. She was graceful as she bowed. "Please sit." Yao Qi didn't stand up. He didn't want to pretend to be a human. After sitting down, Yao Qi said, "Thank you, Dongli, for telling me about my wife, Yao Rao." "This is what I should do," Dongli said. "It's my honor to be able to help the great speaker." Yao Qi said, "Then, what is the purpose of your visit, Dongli?" Dongli said, "Do you know that many years ago, Little Western Paradise sent thousands of female foxes to the human countries. But, Yao Rao is the only one who succeeded in borrowing seeds. Do you know why, speaker? Yao Qi said, because of Yang Dingtian's uniqueness. No. Dong Li said, maybe Yang Dingtian is special, but that's not the reason why he succeeded in making the female foxes pregnant. We already know the real reason, and I can do it too. I can also make countless female foxes pregnant. Oh. Yao Qi's eyes trembled. Dong Li said, think about it, if you have a large group of descendants of demigods, then the entire Little Western Paradise will become your empire in the future. The 9 great tribes and the tribal council would cease to exist. You will create a great empire, and you will become the only master of the empire. Your throne will be monopolized for hundreds or thousands of years. Yao Qi's face turned red. That's a very tempting prospect. Then, what does Mr. Dong Li want from me? Dong Li said, 2 things. First, the void-splitting fire. Second, the alliance between Little Western Paradise and the Temple of Annihilation. Alliance? Is there a need for that? Yao Qi said, plus, who is the alliance against? It can't be the human Yang Dingtian's Council of Light, right? Yang Dingtian? He's not worth mentioning. Dong Li said, this is the greatest and strongest alliance in the world. The descendants of the Northern Naga, the powerful Naga Empire. The Underworld Empire with thousands of saint-level experts in the Southwest Nether Realm. Plus, the Little Western Paradise with thousands of years of history and the bloodline of the great fallen Silver Dragon. Oh, maybe it will become the Silver Dragon Empire in the future, and the evil demon empire that will rule the entire human world. The 4 strongest empires in the history of the world will form a great alliance. Yao Qi's eyes narrowed. She said, then, who is the enemy of this great alliance? The God of Chaos. Dong Li said, he controls the fate of the entire world. No one knows of his existence, but he is the omnipresent God of Chaos. As long as we defeat him, we will defeat the fate that God has given us. We will be able to dominate the universe. Even if we leave the chaotic world, our empire will be able to conquer the Sea of Stars. Yao Qi took a deep breath and said, what a great fantasy. But I want to ask, I know about the existence of the God of Chaos and how he mercilessly manipulates all of us. But, where is he? A war where we don't even know where the enemy is meaningless. Dong Li said, I, the Almighty Demon King, already know where God is. He is also the only person in the world who knows where the God of Chaos is.
In order to defeat the God of Chaos, he even purposely lost the War of Destruction 200 years ago. Oh. Yao Qi laughed, so, in the War of Destruction 200 years ago, Lord Wentian purposely lost it? Of course. Dong Li said, otherwise, with the Void Piaoling, how could he defeat the Demon King Wentian? And now, the Void Piaoling has become our equally great Devil Queen. Then, why? Yao Qi said, why did Lord Wentian purposely lose 200 years ago? He is waiting for someone, Dong Li said. Who? Yao Qi asked. The God spokesperson, Yang Dingtian, Dong Li said. Oh. Yao Qi smiled and said, that's funny. You said that he wasn't worth mentioning. Why is he so important now? Of course, he is not worth mentioning. Even the God spokesperson is not worth mentioning, Dong Li said, however, he is indeed a chess piece. A chess piece that connects everyone together. Without his appearance, the countless experts of the Underworld Empire would not be able to leave this plane. Without him, the demigod descendant of the demonic fox race would not be born. Without him, the demigod descendant of the Naga Empire would not be born. In short, he is the crucial chess piece that allowed our great alliance to defeat God. Now, this chess piece's mission has ended. So, he can die. Yao Qi smiled and said, Your Excellency Dong Li's words are very inspiring. Then, as you said, if you want the demigod descendant of the demonic fox race to be born, the void-splitting fire is a prerequisite, right? Of course, Dongli said. Yao Qi smiled, then why should I give up what is near and seek what is far away? Why don't I cooperate with Yang Dingtian directly? A great empire looking for a weak alliance might be wiser. Dongli said, but this is impossible, right? You stole Yang Dingtian's wife and son. You have a deep hatred for him. Moreover, you killed so many people in Cloud Sky City. It doesn't seem like you want to cooperate with him. Yao Qi said, Sir Dongli, haven't you heard of a saying? As the saying goes, if you fight for unity, then the unity will survive. If you compromise for unity, then the unity will perish. Dongli said, I understand what you mean. You want him to be afraid first and then compromise. But you don't understand Yang Dingtian at all. He will never give in. He won't even be afraid. When he was very weak, he didn't even learn to be afraid, let alone now. That's not necessarily true. From what I know, he cares about his family and son very much, Yao Qi said calmly. Yao Qi said indifferently, therefore, I feel that there is still a lot of room for me to cooperate with Yang Dingtian. Perhaps, I need to go to Cloud Sky City again and invite Yang Dingtian's wife or son to visit the Silver Palace. This Yao Qi was truly unscrupulous. Yang Dingtian truly didn't expect that he still had plans to kidnap his children. Dongli said, if Yang Dingtian is beside you now, what do you think you should do?
Yao Qi said, destroy all of his cultivation, including his brain. Leave only the part of him that is useful as a stud horse. Dongli said, what if he successfully deceived you and slept with your ex-fiancé? Moreover, at this moment, he is lurking beside you, intending to steal Yao Rao and her child as well. Yao Qi's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Dongli said, Yang Dingtian has disappeared from Cloud Sky City and is not in Zhongjing. Coincidentally, there is a Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan in Little Western Paradise. Don't you find it strange? Yao Qi said, you mean that Jiang Shang is Yang Dingtian in disguise? Dongli said, this person is very cunning. Anything is possible. Yao Qi said, but no one can impersonate the Speechless clan. Dongli said, but how many people have really seen the Speechless clan? Even you have not seen one, right? I know that your teacher has seen one before, but he has already left the world and no one knows where he is. So, almost no one has really seen the Speechless clan. They just naturally thought that an impersonator is from the Speechless clan, right? Yao Qi frowned and did not speak. Dongli continued, I would like to ask, if Jiang Shang is Yang Dingtian, what are you going to do? Then he has angered a king. That is unforgivable. Yao Qi said calmly, I will kill him and control Yao Rao to kill him personally. Killing him in front of Yang Yi is the cruelest way for him to die. Dongli smiled. That's great. I have brought someone who is very familiar with Yang Dingtian. Even if he turns into ashes, he will recognize him. He is his mortal enemy. Can I let them in? Of course, Yao Qi said. Then, the two figures walked into the incomparably magnificent hall. Yang Zheng, and the undying cockroach, Shimen Zhu, who was even more stubborn than a cockroach. Yang Zheng, the true successor of Cloud Sky City, Shimen Yanyan's fiancé, Yang Zheng, greets the chairman. Shimen Zhu, the adopted son of Shimen Wuya, greets the chairman. As expected, they are very close. Yao Qi waved her hand and said, Men, invite Lord Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan into the hall. Yes. Two fox demon experts flashed and disappeared behind the hall. Chapter 747. Yang Dingtian was still in shock. Baby Yang Yi was only a little more than a year old, how did he recognize him? Jia said, it's really strange. Baby Yang Yi never let anyone hug him, not even me and Dad. Now, he's actually willing to let Mr. Jiang Shang hug him. Yang Dingtian ignored her and just gently looked at Yang Yi's little face. He really changed a lot. He didn't look like a human anymore, but he couldn't tell what was different. In short, he felt that in terms of temperament and even the aesthetic outline of his face, there was a difference from a human. But he was really very beautiful. It was the kind of beauty that a human face couldn't achieve. At this time, two demon fox experts appeared outside the courtyard and said, "The chairman invites Mr. Jiang Shang to the conference hall." Yang Dingtian nodded and then returned Yang Yi to Yao Rao. He smiled and nodded, then turned and left. Jia immediately smiled at Yang Yi and said, "Baby, tell Auntie, why are you willing to let Uncle Jiang Shang hug you? It's comfortable." Yang Yi said cutely and then continued to pick up the brush to paint. Jia was stunned. Could it be that the speechless clan really had a very charming and comfortable aura? Yang Dingtian was brought to the conference hall by the two demon fox experts. He first saw his old acquaintance Dongli, then he saw the even more familiar Yang Zheng, and finally he saw the most familiar Shiman Ju. Wow, this Shiman Ju, he had almost completely forgotten about him. He didn't expect him to still appear. How many people had he followed? Qin Xiaobai and Yang Yan, then Yang Zheng, then Qin Qiqi, then Ning Wuming, then Zhu Qingzhu, and finally Wu Yuming. Now, he actually followed Dongli. Of course, this didn't mean anything. The key was that everyone he followed was destroyed by the other party. Until now, Dongli still dared to take him in. He was really very brave. The moment Yang Dingtian appeared, Dongli and the other two's gazes immediately shot over like lightning. Then, Dongli couldn't help but be stunned. Almost half a year ago, the Netherworld Sea had sealed off the entire Forbidden Continent Sea area, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Later on, he did not react to Wu Yoming's defeat. Obviously, from then on, Wu Yu's focus was no longer on Wu Yuming, but somewhere else. Perhaps it was the Little Western Paradise. This was the second time that Dongli had entered the Little Western Paradise. Every time, he had followed the emissary of the Sea of Hades. Last time, Princess Mu Dan found Yao Li and sought an alliance. On the other hand, Dongli was looking for Yao Qi, who was even stronger. Not only that, but he also told Yao Qi the secret of Yao Rao giving birth. The last time he had interacted with Yao Qi, it had only been a short test. This time, they were going to form an alliance for real. Moreover, he wanted to get the space-splitting fire through Yao Qi. When Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan swept the entire Little Western Paradise, he instinctively thought that Yang Dingtian was stirring up trouble. Then, he immediately returned to the human countries to search for Yang Dingtian's whereabouts. He realized that Yang Dingtian wasn't in Cloud Sky City, nor was he in Zhongjing. He was sure that he wasn't even in the human countries. Therefore, he was sure that this Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan who had suddenly appeared was Yang Dingtian in disguise. His purpose was to save Yao Rao and her son, as well as the space-splitting fire. However, when he saw this Jiang Shang, he couldn't help but be shocked. If it was really Yang Dingtian in disguise, then it might not be too real. Of course, Dongli had never seen the Speechless clan before. However, he felt that the Speechless clan at most looked like a weird human. However, when he saw Jiang Shang for real, if the Speechless clan really existed, they would definitely look like this. That was because he was too different from a human. Although he had eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his proportions were different from a human's. It was another kind of special proportion. Therefore, it formed a very weird aesthetic picture. His face was pretty, but it was very weird. Almost immediately, one could tell that he wasn't a human, especially his aura and actions. Yao Qi said, "Mr. Jiang Shang, this Dongli from the human countries said that you're not the real Speechless clan. Instead, you're Yang Dingtian in disguise. What do you think?" Yang Dingtian? I'm very interested in him. Yang Dingtian said, "My human friend, if you have time, tell me everything about Yang Dingtian." At that moment, Yang Dingtian was speaking the human chaotic language. Moreover, he was much more fluent. Yao Qi couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Dingtian was doing the opposite. Didn't you suspect that I was a human in disguise? Then I might as well speak the human language very fluently. However, the strange thing was that Yang Dingtian's fluency was like a foreigner who had never lived in China. He learned Chinese very well and spoke it very fluently. However, there was something weird about it. Yao Qi said, "Mr. Jiang Shang, you speak the human language much more fluently than the Fox clan's language." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm very interested in humans. Actually, I plan to visit the human countries in the near future, especially this Yang Dingtian." "Why? Are you very familiar with Yang Dingtian?" Yao Qi asked. "No, I heard his name from the president. He said that he's the master of the human countries." Yang Dingtian said, "And I've always said that humans will become a race that will survive in this world. Therefore, I plan to spend the rest of my time in the human countries." "What do you want to do in the human countries?" Yao Qi asked. "Observe." Yang Dingtian said, "If I feel that I've observed enough, I'll try my best to help, even though I might not be able to." Yao Qi's face twitched. "You'd rather help humans than the Fox clan?" Yang Dingtian fell silent. He wanted to provoke this rebellious mentality and dilute Yao Qi's suspicion. Therefore, he gained the upper hand by showing his strength. Subsequently, he persevered and followed up with another attack. He asked Dong Li, "This human friend, you said that I am Yang Dingtian's impersonator. Why is that?" Dong Li's gaze trembled. He smiled faintly and said, "My people will know if you're a fake or not." Then, he waved his hand and said, "Yang Zheng, Shimen Ju, you said that even if Yang Dingtian turned into ashes, you'd still recognize him. Come and take a look." Yang Dingtian opened his arms slightly and stood there without moving. Yang Zheng and Shimen Ju walked forward and approached Yang Dingtian's face to check carefully. Yang Zheng checked Yang Dingtian's body while Shimen Ju checked his face and eyes, especially his eyes. However, Yang Dingtian was wearing clothes and it was hard to see. Yang Zheng couldn't help but look at Dong Li. Before Dong Li could say anything, Yang Dingtian took off his clothes and left only a pair of shorts on, revealing his entire body. Immediately, Yang Zheng jumped in fright. This was not a human's body at all. How could a human's body be so long and flat? Moreover, the most shocking thing was that his toes were webbed when they were spread open. That was nothing. There were many natural runes on his body. Not only were they glowing faintly, but they were also semi-transparent. Even his internal organs could be vaguely seen. Yang Zheng immediately held his breath. How could this be Yang Dingtian? This was not even a human. How could he be a fake? Yang Dingtian's martial arts were awesome. Even if he could change his appearance and body, he couldn't possibly change his race. Shimen Ju stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes and pupils. He believed that a person could change his appearance, but he definitely couldn't change his eyes. But the strange thing was that these were not human eyes and pupils. Upon closer inspection, the structure of this pair of eyes was completely different from a human's. It was much deeper and much more complicated. Then, Shimen Ju closed his eyes to feel and smell Yang Dingtian's aura. That's right. Yang Dingtian's body had a very special aura. It was because of the 9 Yang mystic meridians. That vigorous feeling of firepower was very subtle. Only those who were very attentive would be able to feel it. Yang Zheng firmly believed that even if the eyes could be changed, the mystic meridians couldn't be changed. Then, he felt a complete truth. Not only was this not Yang Dingtian's aura, it wasn't a human's aura at all. A human's aura couldn't be so slow and long. Moreover, it had an extremely special energy aura. How is it? Dong Li looked at the two of them. Yang Zheng shook his head and said, "Impossible. This Mr. Jiang Shang is not a human at all. Even the structure of his body is completely different. Shiman Ju said, I think so too. Not only are his eyes and pupils different, even his bloodline and aura aren't human at all. Dongli's expression changed drastically. How could it not be? Of course, he didn't have any proof. But he trusted his intuition completely. This must be Yang Dingtian's disguise. How could it not be? Yao Qi's expression suddenly turned cold. Mr. Dongli, do you know what kind of status this Mr. Jiang Shang has in Little Western Paradise? Dongli's expression changed. Yao Qi said, he's respected by millions in Little Western Paradise. His reputation far surpasses mine. Now, you dare to slander him. How should you be punished? Dongli said, Mr. Speaker, am I going to be punished for my words? Yao Qi said calmly, it's fine if you offend me. But if you offend the Honorable Mr. Jiang Shang, you'll be in trouble. Dongli said, Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about today is the alliance. Alliance? What alliance? Yao Qi said, what I'm talking about now is how to punish you for offending Mr. Jiang Shang. Dongli turned and stared at Yang Dingtian, I don't know how you did it, but I know that you're Yang Dingtian's disguise. I trust my intuition completely. Mr. Dongli, do you want to die? Yao Qi said coldly, men, break these humans' limbs and chase them out of Little Western Paradise. Wait. Suddenly, Jia walked out and looked at Dongli and Yang Dingtian. Mr. Dongli, are you sure that he's Yang Dingtian? I'm sure, Dongli said, I trust my intuition completely. Alright, I'll give you one last chance to prove it to us, Jia said. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian and said softly, Mr. Jiang Shang, of course, I should call you my future husband. I think this is very important to both of us, right? I can't marry a human who I don't know anything about. Yao Qi's expression turned cold. Jia, I think it's unwise for you to appear now. Mr. Speaker, there's something I must tell you, Jia said. Your future successor, Yang Yi, doesn't allow anyone to hug him, including you and me. However, he let Mr. Jiang Shang hug him just now. Oh. Is that so? Yao Qi said. Jia looked at Dongli and said, Mr. Human, you must know that you only have one chance. Tell me, how do you plan to prove that he's Yang Dingtian? Dongli turned his face and looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, I can't help but admire you. Not only can you change your face, you can even change your body structure and race. I'm really suspicious. What did Yao Li give you? Yang Dingtian's eyes shrank as he looked at Dongli and asked, you have enmity towards me? No, it's not hostile. I just want to expose your tricks. Dongli sneered, you may think that you're foolproof and flawless. However, you still have the biggest flaw. Do you know what it is? Yang Dingtian ignored him. Darkness mystic flame. Dongli sneered, the darkness mystic flame in your body. You can change your face and your body, but you can't change your darkness mystic flame. Then, he took out an energy jade box. After opening it, there was a small dark crystal floating inside. It was almost invisible to the naked eye. Dongli sneered, your darkness mystic flame loves to devour the dark crystal. Anyone, any living thing, as long as they consume the dark crystal, their energy will be devoured crazily. Their body will shrivel and it will be a horrible sight. Only you will be fine after consuming the dark crystal because you have the darkness mystic flame in your body. Then, Dongli passed the dark crystal to Yang Dingtian and said, swallow this dark crystal and you'll be able to reveal your true face. Swallow it. Yao Qi suddenly said coldly, Your Excellency Dongli, there's something wrong with your logic. You said it yourself. No race can withstand the devouring of the dark crystal. If Jiang Shang isn't Yang Dingtian, wouldn't Little Western Paradise lose an eternal wise man? Dongli said, Your Excellency, this dark crystal is very small. If he isn't Yang Dingtian and is the real Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan, he won't die. Then, it won't take his life. It will only cause his cultivation to deteriorate and his body to shrivel. I think that the greatest contribution of the speechless clan is their wisdom. As for cultivation, that's not important. Dongli's words were undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Yao Qi immediately looked at Jia and said, Jia, he's your future husband. It's up to you to decide. Can you decide a husband whose cultivation deteriorates? Jia said, it doesn't matter. As long as he still has his wisdom, I think it's more important for him to prove himself. As soon as she said that, the entire hall suddenly turned cold. Then, Dongli placed the dark crystal beside Yang Dingtian's mouth and said, please. Chapter 748. Yang Dingtian did not look at Dongli. Instead, he looked at Jia. He suddenly understood the effect of a long period of time on an intelligent life. High-level fox demon nobles all had long lives. However, if they used their long lives to cultivate, then they would be no different from Earth. Because of the long period of cultivation, perhaps decades or even centuries would pass in the blink of an eye. Just like Yao Rao, although she was already 1,000 years old, her thinking was no different from a human woman in her 20s or 30s. This was because when she was in the Little Western Paradise, she was like Yao Li. She spent a large amount of time on cultivation. Perhaps the longest period of time she had spent in the human world was the few decades she spent in the human world. Over the past few decades, the aimless journey of borrowing seeds had exhausted her spirit, causing her original ambition to almost disappear. The dream of giving birth to the demigod race, the dream of turning the demon fox race into another Naga race, had almost disappeared. Therefore, when she was imprisoned, she was very quiet. She did not think of any way to resist. She did not even try to tempt the young Yan Yan to let her out. This was because there was no difference between staying in the energy prison and staying outside. Later, when she successfully gave birth to a life with Yang Dingtian, she was very excited. The dream that had faded away was reignited. She wanted to give birth to the demigod clan and let the fox demon clan dominate the world. However, with the birth of her son, these thoughts were all gone. All that was left was her innate maternal instinct. Only complete and strong maternal love. She had completely become a good wife and mother. The Little Western Paradise had become a terrifying place for her. She had completely treated Cloud Sky City as her home. As for Yang Dingtian, rather than a lover, it was better to call him the father of her child. However, this did not matter. As long as Yang Dingtian did not betray his responsibility as a father and husband. Yao Rao would always treat Yang Dingtian as her husband and her love. However, Jia was completely different. She was more talented, so she only used half of her time to cultivate. The remaining half of her time was used to think, socialize, and improve her knowledge and self-cultivation. Therefore, the long period of a few hundred years had become extremely terrifying. She must have struggled, reflected, and suffered. Her intelligence prevented her from falling like the other demon fox nobles. Thus, as time passed, she became completely heartless. It was said that a night as husband and wife meant endless devotion for the rest of their lives. Logically speaking, she had an intimate relationship with Yang Dingtian, so she would more or less have some sentimental attachment to him. However, she didn't care about Yang Dingtian's life or death at all. Turtles can live for thousands of years because they almost don't think and don't move. As for intelligent life forms, such as human-like intelligent life forms, if they had a lifespan of thousands of years, the only outcome would probably be complete collapse and destruction. In the past, the demon fox aristocrats had all cultivated in order to dominate the world. Countless female foxes had offered themselves to the humans for the sake of their great cause. However, due to the complete failure of the borrowed seed and the 100 years of Yongxi painting, the martial arts civilization had been castrated and turned to the illusory art civilization. Thus, the Little Western Paradise began to show signs of collapse. In other words, the entire Little Western Paradise was collapsing. Among them, perhaps they were ambitious or wise. When Yao Qi and the others discovered all of this, they were anxious and wanted to turn things around. Jia, on the other hand, happened to be his kindred spirit. What? You don't dare to? Are you afraid of showing your true form? Dongli sneered. That's right. The silver dragon bloodline had changed Yang Dingtian's body structure, changed his face, and even changed his race in the Little Western Paradise. However, it couldn't change the dark mystic flame because the dark mystic flame seemed to be of a higher level. Therefore, using the darkness crystal to make Yang Dingtian appear was practically the best method, and it was also the only method. Then, did Yang Dingtian have the ability to stop all of this? No, he didn't. Dongli, who was in front of him, had the same cultivation as Yu Ming. Jia's cultivation was about the same as Yao Li's. Of course, she might be slightly weaker. As for Yao Qi, she might be more powerful than Yao Li, Jia, and Dongli combined. Therefore, if he consumed the dark crystal, he would show himself. If he didn't consume the dark crystal, he would be exposed in advance. What about running away? Of course, that was one way. Unfortunately, in order not to arouse suspicion, Yang Dingtian had already put the demonic spirit mist cloak into the space ring because it wasn't an invisibility cloak. Yang Dingtian had a huge advantage, or rather, a huge disadvantage. That was his character. He wouldn't back down at the crucial moment and would definitely take the risk. Therefore, after a glance at Jia, he swallowed the darkness crystal without another word. After all, if he consumed it, there was a 90% chance that he would be exposed. If he didn't accept it, he would be exposed in advance. Because Yao Qi would rather kill 3,000 innocents than let one go. As for the consequences of consuming it, he would leave it to the heavens to decide. Seeing Yang Dingtian consume it decisively, Dongli was instantly stunned. Yao Qi and Jia were also stunned. Then, all eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian's body. After the dark crystal entered his stomach, there was an instant reaction. The dark green mystic fire seemed to have smelled the most delicious food and woke up immediately. Then, it extended its tentacles from deep within his energy reserve and grabbed the dark crystal. In no time at all, it was devoured cleanly. Then, it went into the depths of his energy reserve and lay dormant. Previously, when he consumed the dark crystal, there were some changes to his body. Now, there were no changes at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Dongli's lips curled into a smug smile. He had succeeded. Meanwhile, Yao Qi and Jia's faces gradually turned cold and frozen. The reason why his cultivation didn't degrade and his body didn't shrink after consuming the dark crystal was because of the dark mystic fire. With the dark mystic fire, it proved that he was Yang Dingtian. However, at that moment, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly changed drastically. His body of the Silent Clan abruptly shrank into an extremely small ball, and then abruptly expanded. Meanwhile, the mysterious runes on his body suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. Then, his body started to transform horribly. Roar! Roar! His face was becoming sharper and longer, and two fangs suddenly protruded out. His eyes quickly turned deep. The mark on his neck suddenly grew and turned into a terrifyingly sharp fin. His entire upper body was fiercely lengthening. His hands suddenly extended into terrifyingly sharp claws. Roar! Then, he roared into the sky. The entire hall was shaking. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Only Jia and Yao Qi clearly saw that the silent tribe in front of them had turned into a fallen silver dragon. That's right. It was the fallen silver dragon. Soon enough, all the terrifying transformations faded away, and Yang Dingtian gradually reverted back to the appearance of the silent race. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the Speechless Clan looked so demonic even though they resembled humans. Because the layout of his facial features was actually similar to the fallen silver dragon. As expected, the Silent Tribe was the tribe closest to the fallen silver dragon bloodline. Who would have thought that the darkness crystal would trigger such a horrifying change in the silent tribe? At that moment, Yao Qi and Jia were completely and utterly shocked. As for Dongli, he could no longer make any sound. He stood there in a daze without moving. Yang Dingtian, who had turned back into the silent tribe, slowly walked toward him. Looks like you've got the wrong person. Dongli's face trembled. Yes, I'm sorry. Since you've got the wrong person, then your eyes have grown for nothing, right? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Dongli's face instantly turned pale. That's right. Then they've grown for nothing. Yao Qi smiled. Then, she slowly stood up and locked down Dongli's aura. Jia locked down Dongli's aura from another direction. More than 10 demonic fox elites suddenly appeared and surrounded Dongli. Since your eyes have grown for nothing, I'll take them out for you, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Swoosh. Yang Dingtian's 2 claws that had not completely degenerated pierced Dongli's eye sockets and dug out his eyeballs. Then, he crushed them and pasted them on Dongli's face. In an instant, only 2 black holes were left in Dongli's eye sockets. Black blood flowed out slowly. It was indescribably eerie. Dongli's entire body was trembling. Boundless pain and madness filled his entire body. The pain of losing his light swept through his entire body. However, he did not let out a scream. His entire body was trembling madly. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Shang. Can I take my leave now? Dongli bowed and asked. Yao Qi said, this is only Mr. Jiang Shang's punishment. My punishment has yet to come. At this moment, the special envoy from the Sea of Hades, Huali, suddenly said, Mr. Chairman, please stop. Suddenly, Yao Qi's eyes shrunk. Special envoy Huali said, this is also Ms. Wu Yu's will. I believe you know who she is. Suddenly, Yao Qi's eyes trembled. He waved his hand and said, get out. If we see you in Indu again, we'll kill you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dongli bowed. Then, Special Envoy Huali carried Dongli on his back and quickly left. Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Qi coldly and turned to leave. Jia looked at his back and said to Yao Qi, Mr. Chairman, it seems like Mr. Jiang Shang has undergone a huge change after swallowing the darkness crystal. He finally learned how to rage. It seems like he has become a little darker. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly turned back and stared at Jia, you're my fiancé, right? Jia was stunned and said, yes, Mr. Chairman. Then, Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He grabbed her by the neck and dragged her back to his palace. Jia, whose cultivation was higher than Yang Dingtian, seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. She did not resist at all and was dragged away by the neck. Throughout the entire process, Yao Qi did not stop him at all. After returning to his palace, Yang Dingtian threw Jia on the ground and turned into a beast. Chapter 749. Jia did not resist. She even cooperated. However, she remained expressionless throughout the entire process, as if she was a robot. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally understood what a sculpture was. The woman in front of him was a perfect sculpture. He was beautiful to the extreme, but even a rapist would be dispirited when facing him. Yang Dingtian's violent aura calmed down when he saw her expressionless face. He waved his hand and said, let's go, let's go. Jia stood up and said, are you sure you don't want to vent the anger and violence in your heart? I'm more than happy to. No need. Yang Dingtian waved his hand. Have a good rest, then. I'll take my leave. Jia walked out just like that. Wait. Yang Dingtian said. Oh, you changed your mind. Jia said, please come. No. Yang Dingtian said, when I transformed into the fallen silver dragon, how did you feel? Shocked, Jia said. Don't you feel admiration and passion? Yang Dingtian asked curiously. You fox demons have an unparalleled fanaticism toward the fallen silver dragon. Jia said, first, as a silent clan, you're only closer to the fallen silver dragon bloodline. There's still a fundamental difference between the two. Second, I'm a fox demon, so I'll always think from the perspective of my own interests. Oh, I understand. Yang Dingtian nodded. Is there anything else? Jia asked. No, Yang Dingtian said. Then I'll take my leave, Jia said. Jia, who was wearing her silver brocade robe, returned to the main hall. Sir President, this Jiang Shang is very dangerous, Jia said. Yes, very dangerous, Yao Qi said. After consuming the dark crystal, he can actually transform into the fallen silver dragon. This will undoubtedly attract the most fanatical worship among the fox demon nobles. The fallen silver dragon is the totem of the entire Little Western Paradise. Once the nobles see his transformation, this Jiang Shang will most likely replace me and become the only leader of the entire Little Western Paradise. So, kill him? Jia asked. No, no. Yao Qi said, that's too much of a waste. Maybe he'll die one day, but it'll be when he's no longer useful. Jia said, I have another worry. The silent tribe, who originally had no desires, no joy, and no anger, actually developed negative emotions after consuming the dark crystal. I think this is the real danger. With the speechless clan's intellect and talent, once lust is born, coupled with the fox demon's fanatical worship of them, they might become the rulers of the entire Little Western Paradise. Yao Qi nodded. Jia continued, that's why I feel the need to secretly hunt down all the silent tribe in the Little Western Paradise. Yao Qi nodded and said, perhaps this mission will still fall on Mr. Jiang Shang's head. In the following time, Yang Dingtian, who was pretending to be from the silent race, became the noblest person in the Silver Palace. He was almost on par with Chairman Yao Qi. He could go to any corner of the Silver Palace, including visiting Yao Rao and her son. Of course, he couldn't leave the Silver Palace because he was worried that Dongli and some other traitors would harm him. Yao Qi became extremely respectful in front of him. He bowed like a disciple just like Jia. Not only that, Yao Qi also announced to the entire Little Western Paradise that he was officially Mr. Jiang Shang's disciple and would listen to his teachings for the rest of his life. Half a month later, he was going to hold an unprecedented banquet for Mr. Jiang Shang. The banquet would be held in the Silver Palace. Almost all the high nobles would be invited. During the banquet, Yao Qi would formally acknowledge Mr. Jiang Shang as his lifelong great sage in the Little Western Paradise. A great sage was above a great sage. Yao Qi's previous teacher, Yong Shi, was a great sage before he became the chairman. After he left his position, Yong Shi was also made a great sage. Hence, Yang Dingtian became the second great sage in the Little Western Paradise. This was a very high position. It was almost no lower than the chairman. It was also a lifelong position. Hence, Yang Dingtian, who was pretending to be Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan, became the most respected person in the Little Western Paradise. The fox noble's passion for him reached a whole new level. His inauguration ceremony as a great sage was also held in the banquet half a month later. Great sage, in 10 days, I will hold the grandest banquet in the history of Little Western Paradise, Yao Qi said. I've already sent out tens of thousands of messengers to inform all the high nobles in the Little Western Paradise. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said calmly. You've seen Yao Rao and her son. How do you feel? Yao Qi asked. Yao Rao succeeded. The child called Yang Yi is a demigod, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Qi's eyes brightened. I heard that the child is very close to you. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Qi said, this child will become my successor in the future. A few hundred years later, he will become the first emperor of the Western Paradise Empire. 1,000 years later, he will become the only supreme emperor of all the dimensions in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian nodded. He didn't reply. Yao Qi said, "You know that I want to marry Yao Rao, but she obviously doesn't want to cooperate. What do you think I should do?" Yang Dingtian shook his head. He didn't reply either. "Ha, of course, I know that you won't help me with this," Yao Qi said. "Then, can I ask you to help me with something?" "Please," Yang Dingtian said. "In the deepest part of the Silver Palace, there's a person imprisoned. His brain contains the secret of the void-splitting fire." Yao Qi said, "We all know that the void-splitting fire is in the void border. It's another dimension. But we don't know where the entrance to this dimension is. How do we get there?" Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. The void-splitting fire. He finally heard about it. And this person knows? Yang Dingtian said, "He knows where the void-splitting fire is? How do we get to the void border dimension?" "Yes, he knows," Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, "Then why don't you ask him yourself?" "He won't tell me," Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, "Then why do you think he'll tell me?" "He'll definitely tell you. Because you're from the Speechless clan," Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, "You want him to tell me, and then I'll tell you?" "Yes," Yao Qi said. "Then why do you think I'll tell you? Could it be that my willpower is inferior to that prisoner?" Yang Dingtian asked. "You'll definitely tell me," Yao Qi said calmly. "All right, you can go and see the prisoner in the underground palace now. Just like before, I'm going to see the enchanting lady." Yang Dingtian was led by two extremely powerful fox demon elites into a deep tunnel in the underground palace. How powerful were the two fox demon elites? Yang Dingtian didn't know. Anyway, in front of them, Yang Dingtian couldn't detect their energy levels at all. This deep underground passageway was really deep to the extreme. How deep was it? 10,000 meters? 100,000 meters? Or even deeper? In the end, they arrived at an underground palace in the deepest part of hell. Here, they couldn't even see their own fingers. There was no light. It was extremely dark. Even with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he couldn't see anything. Yang Dingtian walked into the prison in the underground palace. The giant door behind him closed slowly. Then, the two Speechless clan elites left and returned to the surface. In the entire underground palace, there was only Yang Dingtian and that prisoner left. Of course, in reality, Yang Dingtian couldn't see the prisoner at all. He didn't even know if he existed. Therefore, he was about to light up the flame. "No, don't light it up. This is an unparalleled energy prison. You can't release any energy. Otherwise, everything will turn into ashes, including you and me." Suddenly, a hoarse voice was heard. Yang Dingtian took off his clothes and revealed his Speechless clan body. That was because the runes on his body had a natural glow. Although it was very faint, it was very bright in the extreme darkness. Then, he didn't see a person. Instead, he saw a snow-white fox. Its entire body was surrounded by special energy black lines. It couldn't move at all. "Speechless clan, Speechless clan." The fox let out an extremely emotional voice. It was trembling and tears were about to flow out. Teacher, are you the one who sent me to save Little Western Paradise?" The fox looked up at the sky and trembled. Yang Dingtian bowed to him and said, "Jiang Shang of the Speechless clan greets you, sir. May I know your name?" The fox used the most solemn attitude to make himself bow and said, "Disciple of the Fox Demon clan, Yong Shi greets the Speechless clan's teacher." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He was Yong Shi. Yao Qi's teacher, his biggest political backer. The most outstanding chairman in the history of Little Western Paradise. He was also the only great teacher before Yang Dingtian came. Didn't he go away to avoid the world? How could he be imprisoned here? Yao Qi went to see Yao Rao again. Yao Rao was still hugging Yang Yi and drawing on the drawing board. But this time, she was drawing Yan Yan Shimen. Yao Qi came to see Yao Rao and her son every day. But Yao Rao treated him like he was nothing. She's very beautiful. She's Yang Dingtian's wife. I think she's called Shimen Yan Yan Shimen, right? Yao Qi smiled. Yao Rao still treated him like heir. Yao Qi continued, you draw Yang Dingtian's portrait every day. You draw Shimen Yan Yan's portrait as if you're going against me. You want baby Yang Yi to remember that they're his family. But in reality, you're just going against yourself. Yao Rao's body suddenly trembled. Yao Qi smiled and said, you're actually afraid that you'll forget Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City. You're afraid that one day, you'll compromise with me and fall into my arms. So, you're drawing desperately so that Yang Dingtian will be engraved in your mind every day. Yao Rao's hand slanted. Suddenly, there was a line that shouldn't be there on the drawing board. Yao Qi said, you might love Yang Dingtian as a family member, but it's very difficult for you to love him as a man and a woman. After all, you're more than 1,000 years old, right? And he's a human after all. I heard that there's nothing between the two of you other than your physical relationship. In reality, the two of you only spent a short time together, so there's no love between the two of you. And the child in your arms is the only thing that's related to him. Yao Rao continued to be quiet. Yao Qi continued, so, I'm not worried at all, and I'm not forcing you. Because I know that one day, you'll forget about it. Even if there's a deep-rooted love, it won't be washed away by time. Moreover, you were only the child's mother and the child's father in the past. Keep drawing. Keep drawing. One day, your drawing will become blurry until you can't even remember what Yang Dingtian looks like. Yao Rao's body started to tremble, and her lips started to turn pale. Yao Qi said, of course, your heart is still waiting for Yang Dingtian's arrival. If he comes, even if he can't save you, he only needs to appear in front of you for a moment. Then, all the blurry thoughts will become clear, and your heart will change instantly. You'll have an extremely strong love for him. Love is very simple, but it's also very mysterious. But, he won't appear in front of you anymore. Even if you don't want him to come, your heart is yearning for him to come. And in this yearning and waiting, your impression of him will gradually become blurry and fade away, until you're completely in my arms. Yao Qi was poisoning. Poisoning Yao Rao's heart. That's right. Yao Rao didn't want Yang Dingtian to come. She only thought of one thing, which was to wait for Yang Dingtian to become stronger, and then bring her back to Cloud Sky City. But Yao Qi planted a seed in her, waiting for Yang Dingtian to come. Yang Dingtian didn't come in the end. Yao Rao's heart would feel that it was a betrayal, and in the end, she would change her heart in anger and disappointment. That was the poison that Yao Qi planted in her heart. He was a very scary opponent. Seeing that his mother's hand was trembling, Yang Yi suddenly took the paintbrush from his mother's hand and opened his arms to Yao Qi. Yao Qi was stunned, then he was instantly overwhelmed. This was the demigod tribe, his hope for the future. And this demigod tribe was always cold to him. He always wanted to hug him, but he always ignored him. But then, Yang Yi baby actually took the initiative to stretch out his arms. Yao Qi's breathing quickened, then he immediately hugged Yang Yi baby. Yang Yi, you can't call a thief your father, Yao Rao said angrily. Yang Yi baby's extremely beautiful face smiled at Yao Qi, and Yao Qi quickly smiled back. It was as if he wanted to gather all his emotions and flattery into his smile. Then, Yang Yi baby used the paintbrush and slowly drew a line across his neck. It was a red paintbrush. On Yao Qi's neck, it left a red mark that looked like blood. Throat cut. That's right. Yang Yi baby gave Yao Qi a throat cut. He used a blood-red paintbrush to cut his throat. That meant that in the future, he would use a sharp blade to really cut his throat. By then, what would flow out would not be red paint, but real blood. Yao Qi was instantly stunned. His entire body seemed to have been fixed. He was extremely stiff and couldn't move at all. He felt as if all the other parts of his body had completely disappeared. Only the coldness on his neck was extremely clear. That was obviously a paintbrush, but he really felt as if his throat had been cut open. After a long while, Yao Qi's gaze landed on this extremely beautiful little face. His gem-like eyes were still filled with innocence and peace. The face that was so beautiful that it didn't look like a human was still looking at him innocently. It was as if the throat cut just now wasn't drawn by her. After drawing, Yang Yi baby opened his arms to his mother. Yao Rao was stunned. She instinctively hugged her baby back. Yang Yi took another paintbrush and pointed at the face on the canvas. He said in a baby voice, Yan Yan's mother. After a long while, Yao Qi seemed to be able to move again. He looked at Yang Yi baby and said, the god race. The god race. It really is the god race. Then, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha. Only a god race like this is worthy to be my successor. Yang Yi, you will only know who is the one who treats you the best when you grow up. I will get the void fire for you. I will get the ruins of the Naga Empire for you. I will build a huge empire for you. In less than 30 years, you will become the crown prince of the entire Western Kingdom. Chapter 750. Deep within the Silver Palace's energy prison. Your Excellency Yongxi, why are you here? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Yongxi said, because I mistook my disciple for someone else. I thought that he was really going to be on the same side as me. On the same side? What do you mean? Yang Dingtian said, he only wants the fox race to become a half-god race, then unify the Little Western Paradise and establish the Western Paradise Empire. Then, he will rule the entire chaotic world and create something like the ancient Naga. Yongxi said, I am the opposite. I feel that neither the Naga nor the fox race is a natural product of the world. One was born from the black dragon and the other from the silver dragon. They have abnormally strong energy, so they are destined to be destroyed. So, my goal is to destroy the fox race and leave the normal fox race behind. Then, I will lead them to walk a more stable path. When the time comes, I will let them work with humans and get through this dangerous, chaotic world. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he was stunned. In Yao Qi's mouth, and even in some secret documents, it wasn't like that. Yongxi was a firm believer of the fox race. More than 300 years ago, he had once conversed with a member of the silent race for an entire day and night, leaving behind a beautiful story in the entire world. He publicly announced that during that one day and night, the wisdom that the silent race had left behind for him was something he could enjoy for the rest of his life. But in private, especially in front of Yao Qi, he had a very harsh view of the silent race. He felt that the silent race's negative view of the world was extremely stupid. He also told Yao Qi that the true stupidity of the world was the wisdom that saw through everything. There was no point in living like that, so the silent race should just die. True wisdom was playing with the so-called truth. Yang Dingtian said, 300 years ago, you met a senior from the silent race? Yes, I did. We even talked for a day and a night. Yongxi said. Yang Dingtian said, that day and night of talk gave you a lot of political prestige. You publicly said that the silent race had given you wisdom that you could enjoy for the rest of your life? Yongxi said, that's right. Yang Dingtian continued, but what you told Yao Qi in private was the complete opposite. You despise the speechless clan for being so passive and reclusive. You think that their words are complete bullshit, but you have no choice but to endure these detached and passive remarks for the sake of political spectacle? Yongxi said, that's right. That's what I told Yao Qi. Furthermore, I told him that the silent race seemed to be the smartest, but they were actually the stupidest. True intelligence is to play with the truth and not let anything become an obstacle in your way. Yongxi continued, however, I have no choice but to tell Yao Qi this. I can't let anyone know that my thoughts have changed. In the past, I had the same idea as Yao Qi. I wanted the fox demon tribe to become a demigod tribe like Naga and dominate the entire universe. I felt that no one could change my mind. Even in my heart, I had already formulated a grand strategy. So, I chose to run for the position of speaker. Because I had a very high reputation and I succeeded. Just as I was about to carry out my strategy of dominating the fox demon tribe, a speechless clan member found me and talked to me for a day and a night. Then, he changed your mind? Yang Dingtian asked. Yongxi said, can you change Yao Qi's mind? Yang Dingtian said, no, his mind is very firm. Yongxi said, my mind is also very firm. No one can use any words or any truth to persuade me to change my mind. Not to mention the speechless clan, even the gods can't do it. Let alone a day and a night, even a year or 10 years can't do it. Because my life's creed is very simple. I have to move forward, do whatever it takes, and destroy all obstacles. Even the truth is no exception. Yang Dingtian said, then, how did this speechless clan senior do it? How did he persuade you to change your mind in a day and a night? Yongxi said, he didn't say. Instead, he made me realize my dream. The dream of the fox demon tribe dominating the world. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian said. Yongxi said, he didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, but he was also a very powerful spirit master. He pulled me into a very deep level of meditation. Although in the real world, we only talked for a day and a night, in the deepest level of meditation, I stayed for an endless amount of time. Maybe thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years, maybe even longer. Yongxi said with a confused look, in the meditation world, I successfully obtained the void fissure fire and successfully entered the ruins of the Naga Empire. Then, I successfully established the Western Kingdom and successfully gave birth to the demigod clan. Finally, we rushed out of the plain door with the humans and destroyed the human kingdom, the underworld kingdom, and the underworld kingdom. In the end, we successfully ruled all the planes in the chaos world and became the only overlords of the universe with the Naga clan. But our desire had no end. Our desire for power had no end. So, we went crazy and hunted all the energy in the world. We killed all the intelligent life forms and all the demon beasts in order to monopolize all the energy in the chaos world. After killing all the other life forms, we began to kill each other. At first, we killed the low-level demon foxes, but in the end, we even killed the high-level ones. In the end, I killed all the competitors. I became the most powerful life form in history, but I also became the only life form in the chaos world. Yongxi paused for a moment, then said, I reached my ultimate goal, to become the only god in the chaos world. But the entire chaos world had become a land of death. There were no other life forms. Then, I lived for an endless amount of time. I only had endless loneliness. Finally, I couldn't bear this loneliness, so I chose to commit suicide. But sadly, I was already a god. Even if I wanted to die, I couldn't die. I could only live like this for an endless amount of time. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Just thinking about this kind of life made him shudder. Yongxi was silent for a long time, then said, suddenly, I woke up and found that I was dreaming. In the world of meditation, I had an incomparably long dream. But this dream was incomparably real. At least for me, it was a completely real experience. So, without needing any persuasion, I gave up on my so-called ideal. Because no matter how strong you are, when you are the only person in the world, then extreme strength is extreme weakness. Everything is meaningless. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right, that senior of the Silent Clan was indeed a supreme sage. He used absolute methods to make Yongxi change his ideals and will. Yongxi said, Mr. Jiang Shang, what do you think is the driving force for a life form, or a race's development? Is it desire? Yang Dingtian shook his head. Anyone who denies desire is a hypocrite. On the other hand, anyone who only recognized desire was a shameless person. There is only one eternal driving force for any intelligent life form, and that is survival. But many people interpret it as desire, and the two are indeed very, very similar, even more so than twins. But even if there is a 1 in 10,000 difference, it is still different. Mr. Jiang Shang, you are indeed a sage. Yongxi said, in fact, I also thought about it for a long, long time. After understanding this principle, I also confirmed that survival is the only driving force for an intelligent life form. Then, I fully understood that the so-called essence of survival is continuation. The high-level demon fox race has a lifespan of several thousand years. They have already occupied almost all the resources of the Little Western Paradise. And because of their endless lifespan, they selfishly gave up on continuation because fewer and fewer demon fox nobles are willing to give birth. Thus, I spent a total of 100 years to guide the Western Paradise's civilization from the martial path to the illusory arts and social classes, especially the almost perverted blood theory. Because of this, in less than 2 to 3,000 years, almost all the demon fox nobles will be destroyed. Even if someone wants to stop it, they won't be able to. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Yang Dingtian finally understood why this chairman Yongxi wanted to lead the demon fox aristocrats to the brink of decay and destruction. He wanted the demon fox race to be reborn, to let the ordinary demon fox race become the ruler of the Little Western Paradise. He wanted the demon fox race to return to the right track. Yang Dingtian was absolutely unable to be so cold, heartless, and self-destructive. How can you be so cruel? Yang Dingtian said, if it was me, even if I knew it was right, I wouldn't be able to do it. Because someone demonstrated it to me, Yongxi said. Yongxi said, actually, your silent tribe is much more intelligent and talented than us. They have the ability to dominate the world. But they can see the result of dominating the world, so they gave up. In order to completely prevent the future world from being destroyed, they gave up on prolonging their lives. In the end, they even completely gave up on life. For example, the sage of the silent tribe that I talked to for a day and a night, after talking to him, he chose to pass away. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with endless respect. Previously, Yang Dingtian also judged the silent tribe lightly, thinking that they were too passive and shunned the world. But he didn't know that they were truly intelligent. They rejected the temptation of the fallen silver dragon and used their absolute intelligence and will, as well as supreme sentiments to save the world. Otherwise, with their intelligence and talent, they could go further than the Naga race. Yongxi said, actually, I was very close to success. I was re-elected for 2 terms. Then, I gave the next step of the strategy to my successor, Yao Qi. And he, very well. He concealed it in front of me, deceived me, and successfully let me push him to the position of chairman. Then everything that happened, you already know. He is on the path of destroying the world. The so-called Void Fissure Fire and the ruins of the Naga Empire were his first step. Ruling the Little Western Paradise and establishing the Western Paradise Empire was his second step. Giving birth to a demigod descendant was his third step. No, this third step, he is already halfway to success. Yang Dingtian said, because a demigod descendant of the fox tribe did appear. What? Yongxi suddenly trembled, then took a deep breath and said, Mr. Jiang Shang, when I was about to walk on the path of destroying the world, the sage of the silent tribe came to my side and stopped everything. Now, Yao Qi is on the path of destroying the world, so you appeared. You are here to stop him, right? You can stop him, right? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, sorry, I can't change his mind. Why can't you change it? Yongxi said, you can bring him to the meditation world and achieve his ideal hegemony there. It's just like what the Silent Clan did to me. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Sorry, I still can't do it." "Why can't you do it?" "Yao Qi's will can't be stronger than mine, unless." Yongxi suddenly trembled, then looked at Yang Dingtian, unless you are not. He didn't finish his words, unless you are not from the silent tribe. Yang Dingtian didn't admit or deny it. But, this meant that he admitted it. Actually, admitting it at this time was an extremely dangerous thing, and very smart people wouldn't admit it. But Yang Dingtian still admitted it, and Yongxi understood. But don't worry, this is an absolute energy prison, and no one can eavesdrop. Yongxi was silent for a long time. "Are you on his side?" Yongxi suddenly asked. "No, it will never be possible." Yang Dingtian spoke word by word, "You and I are absolutely like-minded individuals. Come here, put your heart under my palm." Yongxi said. Yang Dingtian did as he was told. Suddenly, it was as if a strand of energy entered Yang Dingtian's heart. After a long time, Yongxi said, "Oh, I understand. That's right, you can't be on Yao Qi's side. You are the king of humans, Yang Dingtian, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "I know many of your stories and miracles through an old friend," Yongxi said. Yang Dingtian didn't ask who it was. Yongxi said, "He is here to ask you about the void-splitting fire, right?" "Child, I have bad news." Yongxi said, "Yao Qi has seen through you, or rather, he saw through you a long time ago." Yang Dingtian was shocked, as if he was struck by lightning. How is that possible?" Yongxi said, "Nothing is impossible. Yao Qi can see through my heart and successfully deceive me, so what is impossible for him to see through you?" "How did you become the silent tribe?" Yang Dingtian said, "I swallowed Yao Li's silver dragon crystal." "How is that possible?" Yongxi said, "The silver dragon bloodline can't enter the human body." Yang Dingtian said, I am the special one. And I was the one who gave birth to the demigod fox descendant." Yongxi was shocked for a long time, then said, "Then, no wonder he saw through you. Because every silver dragon blood crystal is recorded in a silver dragon illusory mirror. This is the Little Western Paradise's biggest secret. And this silver dragon illusory mirror is in the hands of every chairman. It symbolizes the highest authority of the Little Western Paradise, and it is also a top secret. And after the chairman leaves office, all secrets about the silver dragon illusory mirror will be washed away. Of course, because my brain was modified by the silent tribe's ancestors, it can't be washed away, so this top secret was kept. So, the moment Yao Li's silver dragon blood crystal entered your body, he saw through you." Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. Yao Qi was so cunning. And this so-called silver dragon illusory mirror controlled all the silver dragon blood crystals, and only the previous chairman knew about it. It sounded like the nuclear button of a big country on Earth. Yang Dingtian said, "He saw through me long ago, but he didn't kill me. So he let me meet you and get the secret of the void-splitting fire?" "Yes." Yongxi said, "Because I am a spiritual master, and the silent tribe's ancestors modified my brain, so he can't use any spiritual methods to find the secret in my brain. But he can get it from you, as long as I tell you." Yang Dingtian said, "But you can choose not to tell me." Yongxi said, "No, I will tell you, because I trust the silent tribe." Yang Dingtian said, "But I am a fake silent tribe member." Yongxi said, "But Yao Qi thinks I can't know you are a fake. Because in reality, I can't tell you are a fake at all, but you admitted it yourself. Yao Qi has no other plans, but he is too cunning to understand your nobility and sincerity, so he missed one point, and you risked your life to admit that you are a fake." Yongxi continued, "This is Yao Qi's only flaw, and our only chance to defeat him." Then, Yongxi closed his eyes for a long time, thinking quickly, then he opened his eyes and said, "Yao Qi's goal is the void-splitting fire, and he can get it through your brain. Then we will beat him at his own game, and use the void-splitting fire to kill him. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Can you do that? Senior. Yongshi said, it's very difficult, or it's completely impossible. Because to them, your brain domain is no secret at all. You can lie with your mouth, but you can never lie with your brain. Unless your brain has been modified by an extremely powerful spiritual master. Yang Dingtian said, modified? How? Yongshi said, it's very simple, it's to isolate an absolutely safe area in your brain. Then, all important information will be placed in this area, and no spiritual master will be able to read it. Yang Dingtian heard this, and immediately thought of his space ring. In the real world, this was an absolutely safe isolated area, and no one would be able to discover it. Then, Yang Dingtian's brain moved, and he immediately woke up Poisa, saying, Sha, do you have a way to isolate an absolutely safe area in my brain, and no spiritual master will be able to read it? Queen Poisa said, of course, it's easy. Your brain area is my absolute home field, and I can easily block any area, and no one will be able to read it. Yang Dingtian said, yes, I can block any area in my brain. Yongshi's eyes brightened, really? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yongshi said, good, then according to our plan, Yao Qi will definitely die. Yang Dingtian said, go ahead. Yongshi said, I'll tell you two pieces of information. The first one is real, and after you hear it, you have to completely isolate it in a certain area of your brain, and it will only open after a month. The second one is fake, and it will stay in your brain. So, during this month, even you will think that the second one is fake, and that the first one doesn't exist. Only then can you fool Yao Qi's spiritual master, understand? Yang Dingtian nodded, understood. Yongshi said, good, then I'll tell you the first piece of information that's real. The Void Fissure Fire will bloom in 89 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the Void Border is at the bottom of the ocean under the Silver Moon Clan's endless peak. This entrance is like a black hole, and it will appear 13 days before the Void Fissure Fire blooms, but it will only open when the Void Fissure Fire is about to bloom. When it's not open, no one can enter. Yang Dingtian said, then how do I devour it? Yongshi said, after entering the Void Border, you have to remember that other than the completely dark continent, everything else you see is actually the Void Fissure Fire. You just have to jump into the abyss, and it'll be the same as jumping into the Void Fissure Fire, and it'll be the same as swallowing the Void Fissure Fire, because the Void Fissure Fire's attribute is spatial travel. Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency Yongshi, how did you know this secret? Yongshi said, because 300 years ago, in the meditation world that the Speechless Clan sage created for me, I obtained the Void Fissure Fire this way. Yang Dingtian nodded. Yongshi said, then, do you remember this piece of information? Yang Dingtian said, yes. Yongshi said, good, then seal this piece of information, as well as the memories from before until you admitted to pretending to be the Speechless Clan, and open them after a month. Yang Dingtian said, okay. Then, Yang Dingtian said to Queen Poisa, Sha, seal all the memories after I said that I can't change Yao Qi's mind. Okay. Queen Poisa said, you have to completely lower your defenses. Yang Dingtian's mind instantly entered a clear and defenseless state, and then he felt a white light in his brain, and this memory was instantly sealed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian seemed to be in a daze for a moment. When he woke up again, all the memories from after he admitted to pretending to be the Speechless Clan were sealed and disappeared. He shook his head lightly and said, I'm sorry, Master Yongshi, I can't do it. I can't change Yao Qi's mind. Yongshi sighed softly and said, oh, you're not a sage who specializes in the mind, then may I ask what you specialize in? Wisdom, survival philosophy, Yang Dingtian said. Yongshi said, then, there's another way to cut off Yao Qi's ambition. His first goal is to get the Void Fire and then the Naga's treasure. You have to be one step ahead of him and get the Void Fire. Without the void fire and the Naga's treasure, his plan to dominate the world will lose at least half of its support. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He said, then, how do I get the void fire? Yongxi said, remember, the void fire will bloom in 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the void border is at the bottom of the Silver Moon Clan's endless peak. You need the energy of the dark crystal in your body to enter the void border through this entrance. After you enter, when you see the world inside light up, other than the dark land, the rest of the light and shadows are all void crack flames. You just have to jump down and you'll be able to obtain void crack flames because its attribute is spatial travel. At this moment, Yang Dingtian obviously didn't know that this information was fake. He would only know after a month when the real information was revealed. The real time for the void fire to bloom was 89 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes later. At this moment, Yongxi said that it would take 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. There was a difference of 10 days. The entrance to the void border was opened 2 hours before the mystic fire bloomed. Yongxi said that it could only be opened with the energy of the dark crystal. His goal was to lure Yao Qi to use the dark crystal. As a silver dragon, once Yao Qi used the dark crystal, he would be devoured by the two terrifying energies. He would be torn apart and die. Yongxi said, do you remember? Mr. Jiang Shang. Yang Dingtian said, yes, I do. Yongxi said, please remember my words. Be one step ahead of him and get the void fire. Destroy Yao Qi's strategic support. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he bowed and left. Chapter 751. Yang Dingtian returned to the surface from the dungeon. The two demonic fox elites immediately brought him to see Yao Qi. Yao Qi was at the side of a beautiful lake. It was a mirror-like lake. There was a pavilion in the middle of the lake that was covered in moss. At the end of the lake was a mountain of red leaves. Indu was a city filled with sci-fi and even magic. It was rare to see such an oriental classical scenery. Yao Qi was in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The two demonic fox elites brought Yang Dingtian and flew over. When they reached the pavilion, they flew away like kites. Only Yang Dingtian and Yao Qi were left in the pavilion. How was the conversation? Yao Qi asked. Not bad, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Qi asked, did he tell you the secret of the splitting void fire? Yang Dingtian replied, that's right. But he also saw this secret in the meditation illusion realm. Yao Qi said, so, will you tell me? Yang Dingtian said, no. Yao Qi said, even if I threaten you with your life, you won't tell me? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Qi pointed at a bird not far away and said, do you see that bird? I see it. It's a red bird, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Qi said, it will keep flying above the lake. It won't leave the lake and won't enter the water. This lake is only about 15 acres. It's completely within your sight. How about we make a bet? Yang Dingtian said, what bet? Yao Qi said, you stare at the bird and I'll stare at your eyes. Your eyes have to follow the bird. If you lose it, I won't be able to see the bird's reflection in your eyes. Then, either you tell me the secret of the splitting void fire or you die. Of course, if you don't lose it and keep following the bird, you win. You don't have to tell me the secret of the splitting void fire and you won't die. Yang Dingtian didn't reply. Yao Qi said, I can warn you. No matter what the other things are, this bet is definitely real. As long as you lose, either you tell me or you die. Yang Dingtian nodded, all right. Then, his gaze locked onto the bird. The lake was about 15 mu, which was about 10,000 square meters. It was a regular circle, and Yang Dingtian was standing in the center of the circle. The radius of the lake was about 55 meters, which meant that the bird could not go further than 55 meters. This distance might be a little far to an ordinary person's vision, but it wasn't worth mentioning to Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Dingtian trembled violently. Instantly, the pavilion beside him was reduced to ashes. Because the 4 pillars of the pavilion would block the view. Yang Dingtian's line of sight could not be blocked, not even for a second. How long will it take? Yang Dingtian asked. Half an hour, Yao Qi said. That was 7 to 8 minutes. To an ordinary person, it was impossible for them to not blink for 7 to 8 minutes. Even for the experts in the chaotic world, it was difficult for them to not blink for 7 to 8 minutes. They could choose to blink alternately. But to Yang Dingtian, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Because the speechless clan could not blink for a year. In other words, they would often stare blankly at a place and then stand there for a year without moving. Because they were deep in thought. Therefore, this bet was a piece of cake for Yang Dingtian. However, he knew that Yao Qi's bet was not as simple as he thought. You can start now, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Qi took out an hourglass and floated at the side. Then, he stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes while Yang Dingtian stared at the bird. It was a beautiful bird. It was about the size of a human fist. It was fiery red and very eye-catching. At that moment, it was only 20 meters away from Yang Dingtian. Moreover, it was flying in a circle with him as the center. It was very regular and its flight path did not change at all. It kept flying, flying, flying merrily. However, no matter where it flew, Yang Dingtian's eyes followed it closely. However, his speed was getting faster, and faster, and faster. As it flew, Yang Dingtian's body spun quickly too. His eyes were always in a straight line with the bird. It flew faster and faster, faster and faster, faster and faster. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It flew faster and faster, faster and faster, until it reached an extreme speed, then, it disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. Because the basic reaction time of the human eye was 0.2 seconds. In other words, when the reflection time of something in your eyes was shorter than that, the human eye would not be able to see it. That was Yao Qi's plan. It was a bet that he would definitely lose. At that moment, the bird was about 20 meters away from Yang Dingtian. Then, it flew in a circle with Yang Dingtian as the center. In other words, it flew 125.6 meters in a circle. It completed the circle in 0.2 seconds. In other words, the bird's flying speed was more than 6,000 meters per second. It was 20 times the speed of sound. In this world, of course, there was no bird that could fly faster than 20 times the speed of sound. No bird could do that. It was an energy shadow, so it could do that. At that moment, even Yao Qi could not see the bird, let alone Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this was a bet that Yang Dingtian would definitely lose. Yang Dingtian spun his body quickly, and Yao Qi followed suit. He stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes but never blocked his vision. He was waiting for the moment the bird disappeared from Yang Dingtian's eyes. Then, he would win. There was no meaning in defeating Yang Dingtian in terms of strength. Only by defeating him in terms of intelligence would he feel a sense of accomplishment. Therefore, he had to win. But the shocking thing was, the bird was still reflected in Yang Dingtian's eyes. He even felt that it was not flying. It was completely still. That was because it flew 50 circles in a second. And Yang Dingtian also spun 50 circles in a second. Yao Qi knew about this theory. But the bird should have disappeared. Why could he still see it? Yao Qi could not help but turn around to look at the bird. He could not see it at all. Why could he see it? In fact, Yang Dingtian was very shocked too. When the light stopped in the eyes for less than 0.2 seconds, human eyes would not be able to see it. In fact, human eyes would not be able to see it even before that. But Yang Dingtian's eyes were no longer human eyes. They were the eyes of the speechless race. It seemed to have the ability to focus and follow the focus automatically. Therefore, no matter how fast the bird flew, it was completely meaningless to him. Because his eyes were completely locked on. However fast the bird was, the speed of his eyes was as fast as the bird's speed. Therefore, it was always in focus. To him, the bird was always still. Therefore, Yao Qi was very powerful. This was a bet that he would definitely lose. To Yang Dingtian, this was a bet that he would definitely win. Unless the bird's flying speed was faster than Yang Dingtian's spinning speed, Yang Dingtian would not be able to win. With Yang Dingtian's current cultivation, it was not a problem for him to spin a few hundred circles per second. That meant that the bird's speed was more than 10,000 meters per second, or even more than 100,000 meters per second. However, Yao Qi's bet only lasted for 15 minutes. The bird could not possibly speed up to that number within that time. Therefore, Yao Qi lost. Suddenly, a sentence echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? His heart skipped a beat. He knew that Yao Qi had asked someone to investigate the secrets in his mind. The principle of resisting a mental attack was simple. You just had to find the target of the attack and defend against it. However, although it sounded simple, it was, in fact, extremely difficult. If the opponent's mental power was far greater than yours, then the defense would be meaningless. Yao Qi's words rang in Yang Dingtian's ears again and again. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? It was like hypnosis, repeating over and over again. At the moment, Yang Dingtian had to lock onto the red bird that was flying faster and faster. He also had to resist Yao Qi's powerful mental attack. The opponent's powerful mental power surged wildly, destroying his will. If it was Yang Dingtian himself, he would not be able to resist such a powerful mental attack while multitasking. However, he could now. He realized a very, very mysterious thing about this body. That was, he could separate his eyes and brain completely so that they would not interfere with each other. It was impossible for humans to do that. That was because everything that the eyes saw had to be processed through the brain. Hence, this meant that Yang Dingtian could not block his brain. If he could not block his brain, then the enemy's mental power would be everywhere. However, he could completely block it now. His eyes were still staring at the red bird. However, he did not need to form an image in his mind. That was because he only needed to let Yao Qi see the reflection in his pupils. Then, he could completely defend against Yao Qi's mental attack. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? Yao Qi's questions were getting louder and faster. She was even getting impatient. That was because the 15 minutes were almost up. The sand in the hourglass was about to run out. 15 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 10 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 8 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 5 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 3 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 1 second. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? Ding! Time was up. The sand in the hourglass had run out. Yang Dingtian had won the bet. Not only the bet, but Yang Dingtian had also won Yao Qi's mental attack. Instantly, Yang Dingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze relaxed and he almost fainted. As for the bird, it immediately slowed down and flew leisurely on the surface of the lake. Yao Qi looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression. She sighed and said, "Mr. Jiang Sheng, you are indeed amazing. You have won." Yang Dingtian said, "So, can I leave now?" "Of course." Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, "Will you never ask this question again?" Yao Qi said, "I'll never ask again. You've won the bet and you've won completely." "Then, I will take my leave," Yang Dingtian said. "Please." Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian bounced lightly and flew out of the pavilion. Then, under the protection of two demonic fox elites, he returned to his palace. After Yang Dingtian left, suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed completely. The beautiful lake disappeared. The red leaves forest in the distance disappeared. It was a completely dark hall. It was so dark that it was almost empty. It was a circular hall. Then, the flying red bird landed beside Yao Qi. It turned from a bird into a human. It was an extremely old demonic fox. He was wearing a blood-red cape. He was so skinny that he was almost like a withered branch. "I have failed. Even now, he has resisted my mental attack," Yao Qi said. Is he really from the speechless tribe? The extremely old demonic fox was blind. He had lost his eyes. He was a mental attack master. The most powerful mental attack master around Yao Qi. Everything that Yang Dingtian saw was a mental illusion created by him. The mental attack master was so powerful that he could kill any human mental attack master in seconds. "Then, master, did you succeed?" Yao Qi asked in the demonic fox's ancient language. The demonic fox mental attack master nodded. Then, he handed over a piece of cloth with both hands. "I don't know who he is. But his mental defense is unprecedentedly strong. Your mental attack did not work. I turned into a bird and let him chase me. I took the chance to lock onto his eyes. But during the entire process, my mental attack was useless. I could not see any information in his eyes," the demonic fox mental attack master said. Yao Qi said, "Then why did you succeed?" The demonic fox mental attack master said, "Because the time in the hourglass was up. He won completely. So, he relaxed completely. I quickly read a string of words in his eyes. Of course, I did not recognize the words. But I recorded it all." Just now, Yao Qi kept asking, "When will the void fire bloom? Where? How do I devour?" She asked countless times. It was like hypnosis. Yang Dingtian locked his mind and did not think about it at all. As long as he did not think about it, the answer would not be revealed. However, the moment he won, his mind relaxed. Instantly, the answer appeared in his mind automatically. The mental attack master interpreted it instantly. It had to be said that this was an unparalleled mental attack master. As for Yang Dingtian, he did indeed possess an unparalleled spiritual defense. Perhaps, it did not belong to his mental willpower. But it was extremely strong. Yao Qi took the piece of cloth that the mental attack master gave her and walked out of the mental attack hall. She returned to her room and opened it. Then, she was completely astonished. The words on it were neatly written, "The void fire will bloom in 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the void border is at the bottom of the Silver Moon Clan's endless peak. You need the energy of the dark crystal in your body to enter the void border through this entrance. Once you enter, you will see that the world inside is lit up. Other than the dark land, the rest of the light and shadows are all void crack flames. All you have to do is jump down and you will be able to obtain void crack flames. This is because its attribute is spatial transference." That was right. This was the second message that Yong Shi gave Yang Dingtian. It was a fake message to trick Yao Qi. The purpose was to kill Yao Qi. However, even young Ding Tian did not know this. He had always thought that this was the real message. So, he tried his best to defend against it. Of course, this also made Yao Qi believe in the authenticity of this message even more. It could be said that Yong Shi's plan was perfect. There were no flaws. However, the only flaw was that Yao Qi did not recognize the words on the cloth. She had never even seen them before. Because they were Chinese characters from Earth. Yang Dingtian was an Earthling. So, when he thought, he revealed Chinese characters. The mental attack master recorded it down faithfully. Chapter 752. Yao Qi, who had obtained this Chinese character, instinctively wanted to find a way to decipher it from Yang Dingtian. However, he quickly gave up. Not only would he not get what he wanted, but it would also alert Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yao Qi went to the largest library in Yindu and found the oldest scholar. Then, he passed the parchment with 3 Chinese characters on it to him and said, "Elder, have you seen these words before?" Yao Qi had purposely extracted these 3 words from Yang Dingtian's words. They were the first word, the middle word, and the last word. The reason why he chose these 3 words was because there was a chance that the words of various civilizations would be repeated. For example, the words of the Little Western Paradise were the same as the words of the human countries in the chaotic world. Although there were not many words, there were still dozens of them. With these 3 words, the probability of accidental contact could be eliminated. However, he could not choose too many words. If someone could understand these words, they might be able to guess the meaning. He was the only one who knew the secret of the void-rending flame. The scholar who was 4,000 to 5,000 years old had taken these 3 words before. Actually, these 3 words were void, realm, and surpass. The strokes of these 3 words were more complicated. The chances of them being similar to the words of other civilizations was almost 0. It was as if he had sunk into endless memories. He was a fox demon who had little interest in martial arts. For thousands of years, he had been flipping through books. He flipped through the books of every race, so he knew almost all the words in the chaotic world. Actually, it was rare to see such an old man in the fox demon race. His body was wrinkled like tree bark. Yao Qi held his breath and waited for his reply. After a long while, the elder said, "I've searched through all my memories. I know almost all the words in this world. However, I don't recognize these 3 words. I don't even know which dimension they come from." Yao Qi first felt a sense of loss. But immediately after, she felt a surge of curiosity towards Yang Dingtian. The fox demon elder in front of him was completely proficient in all the words in this world. He could even recognize the words of the ancient underwater civilization. However, he did not recognize these 3 words. It seemed that his identity as a great sage was far from simple. The deeper the secret of these 3 words was, the more mysterious Yang Dingtian's identity would be. "However, I've seen these words before." The fox elder said, "Although it's not the same word, I can guarantee that it's the same language. Because the logic of their words is exactly the same." Yao Qi said, "Then do you remember where you saw it? Are they all those words?" The fox elder said, "It's a very, very random memory. I really can't remember." Yao Qi said, "I am a spirit master. Can I help you?" The demon fox elder said, "Mental strength masters can only forcefully erase a person's memories, or they can remove their mental defenses and use hypnotism to induce certain memory fragments. But he wasn't a god, so he couldn't enter my head and search through my memories. In fact, how many years do I have in my memory? Therefore, spirit masters can't help me." Yao Qi said, "Then, is there nothing we can do?" The fox elder said, "I need to meditate. If it's convenient, please leave these 3 words with me." Yao Qi said, "Of course. Thank you for your help." The fox elder sat in his seat and slowly closed his eyes, starting to search through his memories. This was a very, very long process. Yao Qi couldn't wait here. Leaving the words, there was just a very elegant way for the scholar to do so. Even though he had destroyed the 3 words, the shape of the words had already been imprinted in the elder's mind. Then, I'll take my leave. Yao Qi bowed. The fox elder didn't reply. Yao Qi left the library and continued to search for other ways to decipher the words. After that, the demon fox scholar continued to meditate. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, he still couldn't find any clues in his memories, so he burned the parchment. Then, he took out the parchment and pen, writing the 3 words over and over again, trying to find inspiration from the middle, trying to find some bits and pieces of his memories. Then, one of his students noticed the elder's strange behavior. It was a beautiful woman, a beautiful fox elder. She was about 2,000 years old and was also a scholar. She was never married. He walked over and said to the elder, "Teacher, teacher," the fox elder was completely immersed in his own world. He couldn't hear him at all. The beautiful demon fox scholar walked over and looked at him as he wrote these 3 Chinese characters over and over again: void, realm, transcendence. He shouted 2 more times and finally gave up. He turned around and left. Of course, Yao Qi would not place all of his hopes on the elderly scholar. In fact, he had used everything he had in the past few days to find countless knowledgeable demon foxes to recognize the 3 words. However, these 3 words seemed to have come from another world. Not a single fox demon knew what these words meant. Not a single person knew what they were. Actually, there was another way. Yang Dingtian might teach the words to the people around him. Therefore, he just needed to get Yang Dingtian's family to decipher the words. That would be enough. However, he didn't want to do that until he had no other choice. Of course, he didn't have a belief that he shouldn't implicate his family. However, he instinctively avoided that. He felt that as a king, doing something like that might be very despicable. However, he would sometimes think that a king should be unscrupulous. Therefore, he made a decision. He would go and see the last person. If that person still couldn't give him an answer, he would send people to the human countries and capture all of Yang Dingtian's family. Yao Qi easily found Huali, the Sea of Nether emissary. "I want to see your faction leader, Wu Yu," Yao Qi said. "Sorry, our faction leader won't enter Little Western Paradise," Huali said. Yao Qi said, "Then, we can meet at the border between Little Western Paradise and the human countries." Huali, the Sea of Nether emissary said, "I'll go and report. However, it's up to the faction leader to decide whether or not to meet." Yao Qi said, "Of course." Huali, the Sea of Nether emissary, left. When Yao Qi returned to the Silver Palace, she ordered her 2 trusted subordinates, "Go and hide in the human nation's Cloud Heaven City. If you don't receive the order to cancel the mission 5 days later, bring all the family members of the Cloud Heaven City Lord, Yang Dingtian. Kill anyone who tries to stop you." Yes. The 2 demonic fox clan elites instantly disappeared from the main hall. 2 days later, Yao Qi and Wu Yu appeared in the Palace of the Skull. This palace was the border between the human countries and Little Western Paradise. "Long time no see," Yao Qi said. "Long time no see," Wu Yu said. Then, the 2 of them fell into silence. After a long while, Yao Qi said, You're still beautiful." "No, you're even more beautiful than before. So beautiful that I can't look at you directly." Wu Yu said calmly, "What? Am I more beautiful than your so-called fiancé?" "More beautiful. She is just a good wife and mother. You, on the other hand, have a magical beauty." Yao Qi's eyes blurred. Wu Yu sneered, "So what? You're still abandoned by your teacher." Yao Qi said, "No, my teacher's heart hurts a lot. You're the only love of his life. Of course, it's also me. But your bloodline is too special. All those who tried to take it from the human countries all failed. That's why my teacher saw you as his only hope. That's why he was willing to let you leave his side and go to the human countries. Wu Yu smiled. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed either. You might not know this, so I gave myself a name, Wu Yu. It has two meanings. The first one is that my lower body is clean and flawless. I don't have any dirt from a woman. The other meaning is that I will never have children. Yao Qi's face twitched. She didn't reply to Wu Yu's harsh words. Wu Yu said, Mr. Yao Qi, may I know why you're looking for me? Are you forcing me to mate with Yang Dingtian? No, I wouldn't dare. Yao Qi lowered her head and said, in my heart, you'll always be the person I respect and love the most. You're also my goddess. For a very long time, I grew up under your care. Wu Yu said, all right, tell me why you're here. Yao Qi took out a piece of parchment. There were still 3 Chinese characters on it. Void, realm, surpass. May I know if you recognize these 3 characters? Yao Qi asked. Wu Yu's eyes narrowed. Yao Qi caught his expression instantly. His heart skipped a beat. I don't know the meaning of these 3 characters. Wu Yu said calmly, but I know what these 3 characters are. I also know that Yang Dingtian is in your hands, right? Yao Qi's face twitched. She said, do you want to save him? No, it doesn't matter if he lives or dies, Wu Yu said calmly, these 3 characters don't belong to this world. They come from another world. In the chaotic world, there are only 2 people who can truly master these characters. Who? Yao Qi asked. Yang Dingtian and the demon king Wentian, Wu Yu said. Yao Qi said, so you're saying that I can't get the annotation of these characters? You don't understand these characters either. Yes, I don't, Wu Yu said. Yao Qi sighed softly and didn't say anything. It seemed like there was no other way. They could only go and capture Yang Dingtian's wife and children. Wu Yu suddenly said, actually, there's another person. He's neither Yang Dingtian nor the demon king Wentian. But he knows the meaning of these characters. Yao Qi's eyes brightened. Who is he? You don't need to know, Wu Yu said, do you want all the annotations of these characters? Yao Qi said, yes. Wu Yu said, I can find this person and give you all the annotations of these characters. But you have to promise me one thing. Yao Qi said, what is it? Wu Yu said, let my people see your teacher. I want to make sure that he's still alive. When he said that, Yao Qi's expression changed. No one knew that he had imprisoned Yongxi. No one at all knew about it. Then, how did his teacher's future wife, the goddess that he had a crush on, know? Wu Yu said calmly, because he would write me a letter every half a year. He would travel thousands of miles from Little Western Paradise to send it. But half a year has passed and I haven't received any letters from him. As for you, I think I understand you. Yao Qi was silent for a long time. Then, she said, you still love him? No, I've already fallen in love with someone else, Wu Yu said, but I still care about his life and death. Yao Qi said, all right, I promise you. But I have to tell you that your people can only see him. I will accompany him. And after seeing him, she can never enter Little Western Paradise. Also, I will transfer him to another dungeon. Wu Yu said, deal. The next day, Yao Qi brought the Nether Ocean emissary, Hua Li, to the dungeon. After seeing Yongxi, they left immediately. From the beginning to the end, she was only awake when she saw Yongxi. She was completely unconscious for the rest of the time. So, she didn't know where Yongxi's prison was. Then, Yao Qi brought Hua Li back to the Skull Palace. The Nether Ocean emissary, Hua Li, nodded at Wu Yu. Then, Wu Yu handed a thin book to Yao Qi. Yao Qi flipped it open, and it was filled with the comparison of the chaos language and Chinese characters. Then, I'll take my leave, Yao Qi said. After returning to Little Western Paradise, Yao Qi didn't transfer Yongxi away. But in the Shadow Spirit tribe thousands of miles away, Yongxi's substitute appeared and gave a passionate speech to the Shadow Spear tribe nobles. The order to kidnap Yang Dingtian's family was cancelled. The two demonic fox tribe elites returned to Little Western Paradise from Cloud Sky City. Then, Yao Qi translated Yang Dingtian's speech according to the Chinese characters in the book. The void fire will bloom in 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the void border is at the bottom of the Silver Moon tribe's endless peak. You need the energy of the dark crystal in your body to enter the void border through this entrance. Once you enter, you'll see that the world inside is lit up. Other than the dark land, the rest of the light and shadows are all void crack flames. All you have to do is jump down and you'll be able to obtain the void crack flames. This is because the void crack flames attribute is spatial travel. Success. Success. Yao Qi's body trembled slightly. The void fire was going to belong to him soon. The treasures of the Naga Empire were going to belong to him soon. Of course, he would still try his best to prove the authenticity of the book. In reality, it wasn't difficult to prove it. Any language had a strict logic. As long as he understood the logic of the mysterious language, any wise person would be able to determine the authenticity of the words. Once he proved the authenticity of the book, he had to do two things. First, he had to get the dark crystal. 2 of them. Second, he had to find a reason to destroy the Silver Moon tribe. 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 753. Yao Qi secretly summoned Dongli again. This time, it was just Dongli alone. Your Excellency Dongli, do you still think that Mr. Jiang Shang is Yang Dingtian? Yao Qi asked with a smile. Dongli said calmly, I've already lost 2 of my eyes. What else do you want? Yao Qi said, if I'm not wrong, you must have gone to my opponent's camp and tried to work with them, right? For example, the Righteous Alliance led by the Silver Moon clan? Dongli did not admit nor deny it. He smiled and said, Your Excellency, you didn't ask me to come here for that, right? Yao Qi said, Of course not. I'm just asking you. Do you still think that Mr. Jiang Shang is Yang Dingtian? Dongli was silent for a long time. Then, he said, My instincts tell me that he is, but my rationality tells me that he isn't. No, I don't want that answer, Yao Qi said. I need you to tell me directly. Is Jiang Shang Yang Dingtian? Is he or isn't he? Dongli fell into deep thought. Then, he shook his head and said, He isn't. Ha ha ha. Yao Qi laughed and said, Your Excellency Dongli, you should stick to your instincts. Most of the time, instincts are more accurate than rationality. Rationality is built on appearances, but instincts are based on the basics. Dongli was shocked. His expression of disbelief froze on his face for a long time. In reality, before Dongli's eyes were dug out, he did not have much expression. He only smiled mysteriously. It was as if he was smiling all the time. That was because he could express most of his emotions through his eyes. He thought that his eyes were the most beautiful part of him. Now, they had been dug out. How is that possible? He's from the Speechless clan. He has the thick silver dragon bloodline in him, Dongli said slowly. Yao Qi smiled and said, but in reality, he's Yang Dingtian. Dongli asked, when did you find out? A long time ago, Yao Qi said, I knew about it even before I met him and he even came to Little Western Paradise. At that time, I was also shocked because the silver dragon blood crystal couldn't enter the human body, nor could it be absorbed by the human body. Even if the human body absorbed it, it would tear the human body into pieces. However, Sir Yang Dingtian doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Dongli fell into silence again. Yao Qi said, You must be angry in your heart. Since I know that he is Yang Dingtian, why did I let Yang Dingtian distort the truth in the hall that day, causing you to lose your eyes? Dongli sneered, you want to make use of Yang Dingtian, so you won't expose him too early. This is normal. Yao Qi said, that's right, I want to use him. So, after he consumed the dark crystal that day, even if he didn't transform into the silver dragon, I would think of a way to create the illusion that his body was shrinking and his energy was being consumed. I can't let him expose himself. Dongli said, if that's the case, why did you summon me? Yao Qi said, it's just a deal. Dongli said, what deal? Yao Qi said, I want 2 dark crystals. If you don't trade with me, I'll go to the Naga tribe directly. I believe they'll be willing to give it to you. Dongli said, what do I get? Yao Qi said, I won't let Yang Dingtian leave Little Western Paradise alive. Of course, I won't kill him either. I'll just destroy his brain, cultivation, and so on. He'll only be left as a stallion for me to mass-produce demigod descendants. Dongli sneered, you were going to destroy Yang Dingtian anyway. It's as if I didn't get anything. Yao Qi said, you'll get the entire Naga tribe. Because Yang Dingtian can't go back alive, no one will fight with you for the mating rights of the Naga tribe, right? Dongli was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, that's right. Is this deal reasonable? Yao Qi extended her hand. Dongli took out 2 energy jade boxes and passed them to Yao Qi. He opened them. There were 2 dark crystals inside. One was bigger than the other. They were definitely dark crystals. No one could fake them, and no one could mix anything into them. If he could do that, he would be a god. Happy working with you, Dongli said, then, I'll take my leave. Yao Qi smiled, no rush. We still have room for cooperation. Dongli said, in Little Western Paradise, you've already rejected our alliance. So, we can't change our stance anymore. Yao Qi said, you don't have to change your stance. I'm sure you're interested in the new cooperation that I've proposed. Dongli said, oh, what kind of cooperation? Yao Qi said, in 3 days, I'll host a huge banquet in the Silver Palace. I'll invite all the high-ranking demonic fox nobles in Little Western Paradise. And this banquet is being held for Yang Dingtian. I want him to take up the position of a supreme virtuous teacher. By then, he'll be worshipped by all the demonic fox nobles. Then, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you enter the banquet and destroy Yang Dingtian. Of course, you must keep him alive, especially his penis. The rest of his intelligence and cultivation can all be destroyed. Although Dongli no longer had eyes, Yao Qi could still feel the bright light shooting out of his eyes. Without a doubt, this was what he had been dreaming of. If Wu Yuming didn't have any personal grudges against Yang Dingtian, then Dongli had a personal grudge against Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian hugged the Sea Heart Queen and casually played with her celestial body, Dongli couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. The biggest grudge in the world was the hatred of stealing one's wife. Dongli had already treated Queen Hai Xian as his exclusive property. He didn't expect Yang Dingtian to use both his hands and mouth. Other than not actually entering her, he had already done all the intimate things between a man and a woman. Dongli couldn't take it anymore. Not to mention, Yang Dingtian had personally dug out his eyes. I agree, Dongli said, I'll give Yang Dingtian an unforgettable night. Yao Qi said, remember, you can only destroy his brain and cultivation. You can't destroy his body. Otherwise, no matter where you go in the world, I'll tear you into pieces. You know I can do that. As you wish, Dongli said. Yao Qi said, then, I'll ask you one last question. How much do you know about the space-splitting fire? Dongli said, we know that the space-splitting fire is in the hands of the demonic fox tribe. Yao Qi smiled and waved her hand. Dongli left. In the past few days, Yang Dingtian had spent the most leisurely days in the Silver Palace. In the entire Silver Palace, he had become the most respected person. Jia seemed to have become his disciple again. She served him like an emperor. As long as he wanted to, he could have her perfect body at any time. However, Yang Dingtian liked a living woman, not a blow-up doll. Even if the blow-up doll was prettier and more real than any woman. In the past few days, he had visited Yao Rao and Yang Yi twice. Then, he spent most of his time in the Silver Palace's library. In the human countries, there was almost no such thing as a library. The chaos times had become the rare spiritual food in the human countries. Because in the human countries, martial arts was still the most mainstream culture. Other cultures were suppressed to the point that there was no room for survival. Little Western Paradise was different. It had a large number of writers and artists. Therefore, the library had a rich collection of books. The huge library was a sea of books. It was even bigger and had more books than any library Yang Dingtian had seen on Earth. In fact, this library was also a top secret in Little Western Paradise. The books here were only for the chairman to read. Most of these books were about Little Western Paradise. Some of them were about the Naga Empire. Some of them were about the ancient civilization. The human country's exploration of the ancient civilization was very utilitarian. It was secret manuals and treasures. Little Western Paradise paid more attention to the ancient civilization and culture. Therefore, they left behind a vast number of books. There was also knowledge about the races of this world, geography, and so on. Unfortunately, Yang Dingtian still couldn't fully grasp the language of the demon fox race. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to read these books. Therefore, in the end, he went to the book section of the human countries. There were tens of thousands of books about the human countries. Yang Dingtian didn't know that the demon fox race had done such detailed exploration and research on the human countries. Moreover, some of the books were written in the human language of chaos. Or rather, it was the common language of chaos. In fact, this common language of chaos came from the ancient times. Many races used this language. Yang Dingtian came to the biographies of people. Most of them were people from thousands of years ago. Yang Dingtian saw many familiar names here. For example, the founder of Yinyang School, the founder of Cloud Sky City, Yang Yunxiao. There were about 4 biographies of the founder of Yinyang School. Yang Yunxiao had 2 biographies. Next, Yang Dingtian saw a whole row of books. They were all about the same person. The demon king Wentian. There were 9 biographies about him. And there was only 1 book of Piao Ling of the Void. Then there were 2 books of Shiman Wuya, 1 book of Zhu Qingzhu, and 2 books of Dongfang Minmi. The most surprising thing was that Yang Dingtian had 10 biographies. That's right, 10 biographies about Yang Dingtian. He was shocked. He had the most biographies in the past few hundred years. Therefore, he quickly took down the first book of Yang Dingtian's biographies with mixed feelings. He skimmed through it. The description of him was very detailed and even true. Almost every major event that he had experienced was recorded. Yang Dingtian flipped through the first book as fast as he could. There were hundreds of thousands of words in it, and the content had already reached Yang Dingtian's victory over Wu Yuming in a duel. It was just the first book, but it had almost finished everything that Yang Dingtian had experienced. What would the next 9 books be about? Therefore, Yang Dingtian flipped to the second book. The second book only had a dozen pages. It was about Yang Dingtian's trip to the Snake Men Empire. Then, Yali went to Cloud Sky City to snatch Yao Rao and Yang Yi. The content after that was completely blank. So that's how it was. The Fox clan thought that Yang Dingtian would become a big figure in the future, so they left him with 10 books. It was 1 more than the Demon King Wentian. But in reality, he might not be able to finish it. But Yang Dingtian still felt his scalp tingle. The Fox clan was paying close attention to him. However, some of the content in the book was very interesting. For example, there were some paragraphs that were often labeled as Chaos Times, 7th issue, and so on. It seemed that the Chaos Times was indeed very authoritative. The Fox clan's books were also starting to use the content in it. Then, young Ding Tian found a thick stack of Chaos Times in a conspicuous position. The latest issue was actually from 3 days ago. There was not a single issue missing. The Fox clan was indeed very scary. There was almost nothing they did not know about humans. Then there was a problem. Yao Rao giving birth was of course a top secret in the chaos world. Only a few people in the Council of Light knew about it. Among his enemies, only the higher-ups of the evil ways knew about it. Then, when did Yao Qi find out? Could it be that he only found out after Dongli came to inform him? Not necessarily. If not, why did Yao Qi not come to snatch Yao Rao and her son? Could it be that he had not succeeded in becoming the chairman, so he did not make a move? But later on, Yao Li found out about Yao Rao giving birth. After he came back from the Dark Realm, he immediately ran to Cloud Sky City to take Yao Rao away. So, Yao Qi had no choice but to personally appear and kill Yao Li, taking Yao Rao and her son back to Silver City. If Yao Li hadn't gone to Cloud Heaven City, Yao Qi might not have made a move. He might have waited until he had complete control of the Little Western Paradise and obtained the spatial rending flame before snatching Yao Rao and her son away. Suddenly, young Ding Tian shuddered at Yao Qi. This person's scheming mind was completely profound to the extreme. Yang Ding Tian brought the books on the Demon King Wentian, as well as the biographies of Yang Ding Tian, Shimen Wuya, and the others back to his palace to read carefully. Although this top-secret library was only open to the chairman, Yang Ding Tian enjoyed almost the same treatment as the chairman in the Silver Palace. So, in these few days, he spent most of his time reading the Demon King Wentian's biographies. It was also the first time he had a direct understanding of this person. In the past, the Demon King Wentian seemed to have popped out of a rock. Different from Yang Ding Tian's rise was from zero. As for the rise of the Devil King Wentian, there was quite a bit of contact right from the start. It was just that he was originally a nameless person. But all of a sudden, his name was as resplendent as the stars in the sky. Yang Ding Tian read very carefully. Most of the content was the author's speculation. Because in the later part of the book, the Demon King Wentian became very mysterious. Even the Demon Fox tribe could not get any information about him. On this day, Yang Ding Tian was still reading in the palace. Suddenly, Jia came in and said, "You are about to attend the banquet. This is the biggest banquet in history, and it is also held for you alone. All the high-ranking Demon Fox tribe nobles will come to witness you become a great sage." Yang Ding Tian was stunned. Jia said, "So, please change your clothes." At this time, Princess Mu Dan, dressed up beautifully, entered the Silver Palace with the Silver Moon Tribe's Princess Yao Ling. Chapter 754. After Jia helped Yang Ding Tian put on the mysterious and gorgeous robe, the two of them held hands and walked toward the main hall of the Silver Palace. At this moment, a beautiful Fox clan female official came over and said, "Miss Jia, the chairman invites you over." Jia was slightly startled, then she gave Yang Ding Tian an apologetic smile, then turned around and left. The beautiful Fox clan female official bowed toward Yang Ding Tian, then turned around and left. However, the moment she turned around, a few words suddenly flashed on her beautiful dress: "Be careful of the Silver Moon clan's assassination." These words flashed for a moment, then completely disappeared. When Yang Ding Tian wanted to take a closer look, the female official had already walked out. However, Yang Ding Tian was very sure that this was not an illusion. Yao Qi seemed to be always working. At this moment, the large-scale banquet was about to begin, but he was still bent over the table and writing. "Sir Chairman, may I know why you are looking for me?" Jia asked. Yao Qi said, "Your sister Yao Rao must attend tonight's banquet. I went to invite her, but she refused. I am at my wit's end, so you go and persuade her." Jia was startled, then she nodded and said, "Yes." Then, Jia came to Yarao's palace again. Looking at the beautiful red leaves in the palace, Jia's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated light. At this moment, a dozen maids stood outside the palace, holding a luxurious silver dragon dress. The meaning of this dress was very obvious, it was something that only the chairman's wife could wear. Suddenly, Jia's gaze became even more complicated. After entering the Red Leaves Palace, Yao Rao was wearing a comfortable and lazy nightgown, holding baby Yang Yi in her arms and still drawing. This time, she was drawing Mistress and baby Yang Li. "Sister, you are the most important person in tonight's banquet," Jia said. Yao Rao ignored her, as if she did not see her twin sister at all. Jia said again, "Sister, please change your clothes and go to the main hall." Yao Rao still ignored her. The smile on Jia's face disappeared completely, and she said faintly, "Sister, please change your clothes and go to the main hall to attend the banquet. Otherwise, the two people in your drawing will die." Instantly, her enchanting body trembled. Jia said, "Sister, you should trust me. I've been a woman of my word since I was young. One of them is Yang Dingtian's mistress, and the other is Yang Dingtian's eldest son. If I say I want these two to die, they will definitely die." Her enchanting and beautiful face instantly turned pale. After a long time, she said, "Okay, I'll go." Jia put on an elegant smile and said, "Sister, I hope you won't do this again in the future. Forcing me to say such things will hurt the harmony between us sisters." After saying that, Jia turned around and walked out. She said to the maid outside, "Help the enchanting madam change her clothes." She agreed. Yao Qi asked. "Agreed," Jia replied. "Yes, well done," said Yao Qi, but he did not ask how Jia made Yao Rao agree. Jia stood quietly on the side, waiting for Yao Qi's next order. Yao Qi continued working as she said, "In a while, follow Jiang Shang. After I confer him the title of Great Sage, he will need to give a public speech. At that time, everyone will retreat far away. Only you, as his assistant and disciple, will stand beside him and do translation and other work." Jia said, "Yes." Yao Qi said, "When he finishes his first sentence, someone will try to assassinate him. Jiang Shang's cultivation is not high, but the assassin's cultivation will not be much higher than his, because a half-saint will not become an assassin. So, to ensure success, you must completely lock down Jiang Shang's Xian Qi. You can do it, but you must make sure the assassin successfully assassinates Jiang Shang." "Yes," Jia said, "I will make sure Jiang Shang dies tonight." "No, not die," Jia said, "he will only become a cripple, but he cannot die." Jia's beautiful face twitched as she said, "Yes. But, as his assistant, shouldn't I act like I'm risking my life to save him?" "Yes." Yao Qi said, "There will be two assassins, so you must rush up and block the sword. One of the assassins will pierce through your body, but you will be fine. The other assassin will pierce through Jiang Shang's sea of qi. You purposely act like you are blocking the sword and completely lock down Yang Dingtian, not allowing him to move. At that time, the play will be perfect." "Yes," Jia said. "Go." Yao Qi said. The Silver Palace's main hall was dazzling and brightly lit. On the plaza outside, hundreds of thousands of Fox tribe soldiers were on high alert. Tonight, there would be an unprecedented banquet here. Almost all the Fox tribe high nobles were waiting to see the elegant Jiang Shang from the Silent Tribe. The tribe alliance was able to invite Mr. Jiang Shang from the Silent Tribe as the second great sage in history. It was a grand occasion for the entire Little Western Paradise. So, for the past half a month, thousands of high nobles from the entire Little Western Paradise came to Silver City, preparing to participate in this grand occasion. Any guest who entered the Silver Palace had to go through the most complicated energy checks. They were not allowed to bring any weapons in to ensure the safety of the banquet. After more than 2 hours, all the guests entered the main hall. Hundreds of thousands of Fox tribe soldiers guarded every corner of the hall. The entire Silver City was under Marshal Law.in. The main hall that was tens of thousands of square meters, thousands of high nobles were wearing the most luxurious clothes and chatting with each other in the most elegant and natural manner. And the main character of their conversation was, without exception, Jiang Shang from the Silent Tribe. All the high nobles did not hesitate to use the nicest language to praise this noble Mr. Jiang Shang from the Silent Tribe. Everyone was looking forward to Mr. Jiang Shang's appearance. But the first to appear was Chairman Yao Qi and an unfamiliar but beautiful lady. This lady was wearing a lazy nightgown and was carrying a child in her arms. Although Yao Rao was the eldest daughter of the Shadow Spear tribe leader, she had not appeared in the Fox tribe for a long time. But very quickly, someone recognized this face and thought it was Jia. But Jia did not have a child. Today was undoubtedly the grandest occasion. Everyone was dressed to the nines. Why was this beautiful lady dressed so lazily and casually? However, even though she was wearing a lazy nightgown, her beauty overshadowed her beauty. And what attracted everyone's attention was the baby in her arms. All the high nobles were instantly attracted by the baby's face. Not only was it beautiful, but it also had an indescribable aura, a mysterious and moving aura. Who was this lady? Then, many people seemed to remember. She was the eldest daughter of the Shadow Spear tribe, Yao Rao. But didn't she go to the humans to borrow a seed and disappeared for many years? This plan lasted for a few hundred years and ended in failure. This caused all the Fox nobles to lose hope in this plan. It was not easy for the high nobles of the Fox tribe to go to the human countries. It was a huge blow to their cultivation and mental state. After all, the energy in Little Western Paradise was completely different from the human countries. However, she was carrying a child in her arms. Did this mean anything? All the high nobles of the Fox tribe were shocked. They thought of an unbelievable possibility. Yao Qi stood at the top of the stairs and looked down at the Fox nobles. Today's banquet was prepared for our noble and elegant Mr. Jiang Shang from the Speechless tribe. But before Mr. Jiang Shang comes out, I have to announce something. Then, Yao Qi looked at Yao Rao and her daughter. This beautiful lady, many of you might have forgotten. She is the eldest daughter of the Shadow Spear tribe's leader, Miss Yao Rao. That's right. Her plan to become a demigod has succeeded. She has successfully given birth to a demigod descendant. Instantly, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. This was impossible. Everyone trembled from the depths of their souls. The demigod tribe was once everyone's dream and goal. They had worked hard for a few hundred years for this. But without exception, all of them failed. So much so that they had completely given up hope. They did not expect Yao Qi to say that they had succeeded. Hence, all the high nobles present were shocked. It wasn't a huge surprise, but it was still extremely shocking. Yao Qi continued, also, I want to say that this is not a coincidence. We are looking for a way. Mr. Jiang Shang from the Speechless tribe and I are looking for a mysterious way. In the next 100 years, or even shorter, we will have more demigod descendants. All the families here, as long as you are noble enough, have the hope of giving birth to a demigod descendant. Of course, Yao Qi had an ulterior motive for saying this. He made it very clear that he had monopolized the so-called method of giving birth to a demigod descendant. If they wanted their families to give birth to a demigod descendant, they had to be loyal to Yao Qi. Yao Qi pointed at Yao Rao and said, when all the fox demons gave up, only Miss Yao Rao did not. Her name is destined to be engraved in the history of Little Western Paradise. She is the greatest woman in our Little Western Paradise. Hence, I suggest that we make Miss Yao Rao the only saintess of our Little Western Paradise. Then, an elderly scholar came forward. He held a small silver dragon crown in his hands and gave it to Yao Qi. Then, Yao Qi put the silver dragon crown on Yao Rao's head in front of everyone's eyes. Suddenly, Yao Rao became the only saintess of Little Western Paradise. All the nobles in the hall clapped in unison. Their gazes were complicated. Yao Rao put on the crown and smiled. Then, can I go back now? I haven't finished my painting yet. Yao Qi smiled. Of course, I will send you back. Then, Yao Qi sent Yao Rao and her daughter out of the hall. Yao Qi returned to the hall and looked at the shocked and complicated crowd. She said slowly, the Silver Dragon bloodline warrior's reign is about to begin again. So, all the noble Silver Dragon bloodline warriors, are you ready? The entire hall was silent. The nobles of the fox demons had been drunk for a long time. The conquest of the fox demons had once made their blood boil. However, they had been cold-blooded for too long. Although the successful birth of the demigod's descendant seemed to have ignited their blood, it was more complicated than anything else. I know that the birth of the demigod's descendant will bring shock and confusion to our little western paradise, Yao Qi said. Therefore, at this moment, Mr. Jiang Shang of the Speechless Clan has descended. He will guide us in the future. Now, everyone's spirits were lifted. The main character tonight was Jiang Shang of the Speechless Clan. Although his appearance was not as shocking as the birth of the demigod's descendant, at least he made people feel relaxed. There was no pressure. They only had to worship him. Yao Qi said, Mr. Jiang Shang is not just an ordinary Speechless Clan member. He is practically the embodiment of the Silver Dragon's intelligence. Then, Yao Qi picked up a huge recording jade and inserted her celestial qi into it. Suddenly, a huge light shadow appeared in the sky above the hall. In the image, Jiang Shang of the Speechless Clan was transforming. He grew terrifying fangs. His gaze was deep. His face was elongated. Sharp silver fins grew out of his neck. Roar! Finally, Mr. Jiang Shang's upper body completely transformed into the fallen silver dragon. Shock, complete shock, incomparable shock. Compared to the birth of the demigod's descendant, this was even more shocking. All the nobles of the demonic fox clan were completely stunned. They felt a chill run down their spines. Yao Qi really did not want the nobles to see this. Because this way, the nobles of the demonic fox clan would worship Yang Dingtian, who had transformed into the silver dragon. Because the fallen silver dragon totem was already deeply ingrained in everyone's soul. Not everyone was like him and Jia, thinking from the perspective of the demonic fox clan. They would kill anyone who stood in their way. If countless aristocrats were to worship Yang Dingtian like this, it would be very easy for him to become too powerful and dangerous. But Yao Qi also saw the situation just now. He was heartbroken. Yao Rao's success in planting the seed and the demonic fox clan successfully giving birth to a demigod's descendant should have been very excited. The entire hall should be boiling with excitement. But he did not expect all the nobles of the demonic fox clan to react so indifferently. This made Yao Qi's heart ache. In order to ignite everyone's passion, he had no choice but to publicize this scene. As expected, after this scene was publicized, all the nobles of the demonic fox clan felt their blood boil. Their eyes lit up. They were completely excited and boiling with excitement. Because all the nobles were descendants of the fallen silver dragon. The fallen silver dragon was the totem of the entire Little Western Paradise. Looking at the passionate nobles, Yao Qi slowly said, "Noble descendants of the silver dragon, isn't this a revelation from the heavens? This is a revelation from the silver dragon. It allowed its wisdom to transform into Mr. Jiang Shang to guide us on our future path. Welcome, Mr. Jiang Shang, the wisdom incarnation." Instantly, sacred music was played. Everyone bowed slightly as if they were on a pilgrimage, waiting for the arrival of Jiang Shang from the Speechless Clan. Then, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Shang from the Speechless Clan slowly walked into the hall. Instantly, the temperature of the entire hall seemed to increase rapidly. All the high nobles were looking at him with burning gazes. They had always worshipped the Speechless Clan. Now, Mr. Jiang Shang could transform into a silver dragon. Hence, the passion in their hearts was unparalleled. Yang Dingtian, in the image of the speechless clan and wearing a mysterious silver robe, felt like a superstar. That's right, a superstar. How ironic. Arriving at the center of the hall, Yang Dingtian bowed slightly as a form of respect. All the high nobles from the demonic fox clan bowed. If this was outside, of course, countless people would be cheering. But now, it was extremely solemn. Yao Qi held a scepter and bowed 90 degrees towards Jiang Shang from the speechless clan. She said respectfully, "Mr. Jiang Shang, please guide us on our future path and accept the position of the great sage of the Western Paradise world." Instantly, all the high nobles from the demonic fox clan said in unison, "Mr. Jiang Shang, please accept our respect." Yang Dingtian slowly received the silver dragon scepter and instantly became the second great sage in the history of the Little Western Paradise world. Then, he raised it slightly. Yao Qi slowly said, "Today is a new era for the Western Paradise world. It means that we have completely entered the era of the world's hegemony." Then, Yao Qi bowed and said, "Mr. Jiang Shang, please bestow upon us your noble teachings." Then, Yao Qi slowly stepped back. Instantly, on the high steps, within tens of thousands of square meters, there was only Yang Dingtian alone. Oh, there was also the extremely beautiful Jia as his assistant and translator. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Yang Dingtian's speech. When he finished his first sentence, it would be the time of assassination, the time of destruction. Chapter 755. Yang Dingtian looked at the countless eyes below. Countless handsome men and beautiful women. The high nobles of the fox demonic tribe seemed to have an endless lifespan. Therefore, other than the first and second generation high nobles of the fox demonic tribe, or the fox demonic tribe that focused on academics and despised martial arts, the rest of the high nobles almost never looked middle-aged or older. This world was really full of strange things. Yang Dingtian had seen countless handsome men and beautiful women in the snow race. Here, he also saw countless handsome men and beautiful women. Then, he saw a pair of familiar yet unfamiliar eyes. Those were the eyes of Princess Mudan. Beside her, there was an extremely provocative demon fox beauty. She looked at Yang Dingtian with undisguised hostility. Suddenly, a hostile gaze appeared among a bunch of admiring gazes. Naturally, it was very eye-catching. She should be the demonic spirit of Silver Moon City, Yao Li's younger sister. Although they didn't look alike, their stubborn gazes were very similar. Is she the one who wants to assassinate me? But isn't she too close to the dimension? All the demonic fox nobles were waiting for Yang Dingtian to give his speech. Beside him, the perfect Jia was looking at him with incomparable gentleness and admiration. At this moment, Yang Dingtian seemed to have taken all the limelight and attention. However, if he really had such a feeling, then he was definitely an idiot. Finally, Yang Dingtian spoke. Jia's beautiful lips curled up slightly. The time for the assassination was coming. The time for the destruction of the speechless race was coming. Standing here, I suddenly thought of Mr. Yongxi, the greatest chairman in the history of the demonic fox race. He's my senior, the previous great sage. He also gave a speech here before. I really miss him. Because I didn't prepare a speech, I want to borrow his copy. As soon as Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the main hall immediately echoed with thunderous applause. Mr. Jiang Shang of the speechless race's humor really made people feel very comfortable. That's right, it was comfortable. They liked this kind of comfort and leisure. They didn't like to be so serious about fighting and killing. Yang Dingtian finished his first sentence. The enchanting golden hair behind Jia's ears stood up slightly. As for the future of the Fox Demon clan, Yang Dingtian continued. Whoosh. Whoosh, then, about 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian, among the first row of demon fox nobles, two figures suddenly changed. His entire body instantly turned into a black shadow. His entire arm suddenly turned into a sharp black sword. Like a bolt of lightning, it suddenly pierced towards Yang Dingtian, who was at the top of the hall. The assassination attempt had begun. In an instant, the entire hall was completely shocked. They didn't even know what had happened. There were many experts present, but it had been 100 years or even 200 years since they last fought. Their cultivation bases were very high, but their reactions were extremely slow. By the time they reacted, countless demon fox experts swarmed out. In the name of protecting Yang Dingtian, they instantly blocked the stairs, blocking the passage between the demon fox nobles and Yang Dingtian. The other dozens of demon fox experts quickly rushed towards Yang Dingtian. These two assassins were extremely fast. The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in less than half a second. Because they were crazily burning their sea of qi, transforming it into a sword, using their own life and cultivation to assassinate. Yang Dingtian suddenly activated the invisibility profound skill and was about to disappear into the air. Then, he immediately flashed away. That's right, he was already wearing the demonic spirit mist cloak. Because he didn't need to take off his clothes anymore. With the invisibility profound skill and the demonic spirit mist cloak, no one could successfully assassinate him. But, the moment the assassins appeared, Jia, who was beside him, rushed over like lightning and screamed, "Protect the great sage." Then, she tightly hugged Yang Dingtian's body. Using her own strength and profound qi, she locked Yang Dingtian's body. He was completely unable to move. Moreover, all the veins in his body were locked by her in the most violent way. He couldn't release any profound qi. Yang Dingtian's entire body was fixed. He couldn't move at all. Puchi, one of the assassins, suddenly stabbed Jia's back. Then, through Jia's body, it suddenly stabbed into Yang Dingtian's body. The other assassin's dark sword suddenly stabbed into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. No! In an instant, a gorgeous ray of light crazily arrived. It was Princess Mudan. Her eyes were burning with a completely crazy light. In an instant, like a flame, it filled the eyes. All the demon fox nobles and the demon fox experts blocking the stairs were instantly sent flying by her aura. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in an instant. She didn't have the demon spirit mist cloak. After arriving in front of Yang Dingtian, she suddenly slammed her palm toward Yang Dingtian. Oh, no, it was toward the assassin in front of Yang Dingtian. At this moment, half of the assassin's body had already turned into a sharp energy sword. It suddenly stabbed into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Long live the alliance of justice and order! The assassin suddenly roared. Then, Mudan's jade-like palm slammed into his back. In an instant, this demon fox nobleman suddenly turned into ashes. His body was smashed into pieces. Long live the alliance of justice and order! Then, another assassin was also violently smashed into powder. He completely disappeared in the air. At the same time, dozens of demon fox experts instantly surrounded Yang Dingtian, Jia, and Mudan. No, don't. Princess Mudan's eyes were confused. She trembled and was speechless. She had completely locked Dongli's Xian meridians and imprisoned him. She was also following the demon spirit of the Silver Moon clan closely. Why were there still assassinations? Why were there still assassinations? At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Jia's bodies suddenly collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, Yao Qi seemed to have gone crazy. She shouted, "Destroy the alliance of justice and order! Destroy the alliance of justice and order! Go to hell!" Suddenly, there was a cry that sounded like a fiery bird in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, a fiery red shadow flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yao Qi. Her body suddenly turned into a sharp sword and stabbed toward Yao Qi's chest. That's right. This was the demon spirit of the Silver Moon clan. She was wearing the real demon spirit mist cloak. She was here to assassinate tonight, but not Yang Dingtian. She was here to assassinate Yao Qi. But, although her cultivation was high and she had borrowed the demon spirit mist cloak, she was still too weak compared to Yao Qi. Her sword had just pierced half an inch into Yao Qi's body when her entire body froze in the air. Yao Qi grabbed her neck and turned her face to the crowd. She said coldly, "Look carefully. This is the princess of the Silver Moon clan, Miss Demon Spirit. The Silver Moon clan has lost their minds. Not only did they try to assassinate me, but they also tried to assassinate our respected Mr. Jiang Shang. Send troops immediately and destroy the Silver Moon clan." Then, Yao Qi looked in shock at the Princess Mu Dan who had killed the two assassins. She could tell at a glance that she was a human who had come in with the demon spirit. But she didn't expect that a human like her would have such shocking cultivation. It was so shocking. The thousands of demon fox nobles were instantly pushed aside by her aura. The hundreds of demon fox elites blocking the stairs were instantly pushed aside by her. Take her down. She's the accomplice of the assassins. Yao Qi roared. Instantly, 4 half-saint demon fox elites rushed out from the depths of the palace. It was rare to see a demon fox elder with white hair and beard. Instantly, they pounced on Mu Dan. Wait. Yang Dingtian raised his hand and said, "This woman isn't here to kill me. She's here to save me." Yao Qi said, "Great virtuous master, don't be fooled by her illusion. She's here to kill you. She came in with the demon spirit." Then, Yao Qi wanted to take down Mu Dan in one go without giving Yang Dingtian a chance to speak. "No, she's my lover. She won't kill me," Yang Dingtian said loudly. Princess Mu Dan's eyes trembled. They could clearly see that Dongfang Bingling's soul and will were madly struggling. She was madly trying to break free from the demon spirit's suppression. Let's go," Yang Dingtian said slowly. Because of the assassination attempt, Yang Dingtian had the highest authority in the palace. Almost all the nobles would follow her orders. Let's go. Yang Dingtian said. Mu Dan suddenly said, "God, now's the best time for me to break free. I can feel endless power. No, it's impossible to break free." Suddenly, Mu Dan seemed to have schizophrenia. One moment, she would speak in Bing Ling's voice, and the next moment, she would speak in Mu Dan's voice. Tonight, Mu Dan did not have any plans to assassinate Yang Dingtian. Moreover, she stopped Dong Li's assassination attempt not because Mu Dan was reluctant to part with Yang Dingtian, but because she was ordered to do so. However, the moment Yang Dingtian was assassinated, Bing Ling had gained immense power. Her soul was madly struggling. It's useless. Mu Dan's face became colder and colder. This meant that Dongfang Bingling's soul was quickly being suppressed. "Little Ling, wait for me to save you," Yang Dingtian said slowly. "In your dreams," Princess Mu Dan said coldly. Swoosh. Then, she suddenly disappeared and retreated at lightning speed. Because the great virtuous master said that she was his lover, no one stopped her. Just like that, Princess Mu Dan disappeared without a trace. Protect the great virtuous master and return to the palace. Today's banquet is over. Yao Qi looked at the crowd and said slowly, "Here, I represent the tribal council and all the nobles of the demonic fox clan to officially declare war on the Silver Moon clan." Then, a few elites of the demonic fox clan quickly carried Yang Dingtian back to the palace. Yang Dingtian lay weakly on the bed. Jia was safe and sound. The assassin's energy sword had only pierced through her body and did not release any energy. This was because all the energy had been released into Yang Dingtian's body to destroy Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. She gently grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and inserted some celestial qi to check his Xian meridians and sea of qi. He was extremely weak and there was no energy left. Jia smiled. Very good. This Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan had become a complete piece of trash. This way, it would be easier to control him. He had become a puppet. Very good. 2 demonic fox assassins who were equivalent to a 9-star grandmaster had used up all their energy to transform into swords and exploded in Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Finally, he had become a piece of trash. Just a little bit more and he would have escaped. Luckily, she had rushed over and hugged Jiang Shang tightly so that he could not move. This allowed the 2 assassins to successfully stab their swords into Jiang Shang's sea of qi. Also, Yao Qi knew that the Silver Moon clan would not really send assassins to kill Jiang Shang. Therefore, the 2 assassins that she had arranged came in handy. Now, the Silver Moon clan would not be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the sea. Also, the stupid Yao Ling wanted to add fuel to the fire to assassinate Chairman Yao Qi. They were indeed a family. They were as stupid as Yao Li. Jia lay gently in Yang Dingtian's arms and said softly, "Teacher, oh no, husband, I will take good care of you from now on. Although your cultivation is completely destroyed and you have lost your ability to move, I will still admire you like before and take care of you in every possible way. In a few days, we will be officially married." Yang Dingtian looked at Jia, who was in his embrace. He no longer felt that she was an absolute beauty. It was as though she was an extremely vicious venomous snake that was coiling around his body and constantly spitting out its venomous tongue. Oh no, not a venomous snake. Queen Poisa was very cute. His baby Shuang was also a snake. She was also very cute. Yang Dingtian could not find any words to describe the woman in his arms who was like a snake. Then, he continued to cover up carefully. He used a dark energy to block the entrance to his sea of qi so that no celestial qi could escape. Now, Yang Dingtian understood. Because of the dormant black-green mystic fire, there was almost no energy attack that could hurt his sea of qi. Any energy attack would be devoured cleanly. A weak and useless Jiang Shang would be able to conceal himself better and achieve his goal. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.